start with the event, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Ayushi Raj, and I would like to extend a very warm welcome to each one of you on behalf of ET Business Consulting. And before we move ahead, can you please request to each one of you to kindly give a very big round of applause for your own self for marking this day with your presence. Thank you everyone for marking this day with your spectacular presence. Well, yes, now before we move ahead, I would like to explain a little about this particular event, why we all are gathered here, what we all are going to talk about. So, the participants, as a professional conference organizer, ET Business Consulting is to communicate high-value information that is undoubtedly relevant for the end users. Our platform offers real-world solutions to critical business challenges, and our subjects have been logically researched and programmed. Our speakers and contributors are top-level chiefs and pioneers in their industries, their fields, who wish to take part in significant discussion and representative on vital industrial issues and trends. Our Insight banks contain best practice case studies, extensive technical briefings, and data-rich recordings, empowering broad learning and benchmarking opportunities. Our research group rapidly increases and recognizes the key issues and the point of concern that are going on in the market, puts the discussion together, the agenda together that addresses these issues, these inquiries which are going on, and welcomes industry experts in frontline experience to share their experiences, their perspectives, their everything that they have. Their expertise with us. These industries experts will demonstrate new thoughts, ideas, and offer solutions. So this way, we give you a definitive source of exact and up-to-date information. Our platform provides you the ideal mix of education and networking. We give you innovative case studies, leading edge ideas that are loaded with the key bits of knowledge from learning companies, consolidated with hundreds of minutes of organized networking. Since our inception, we have been building our insight base and establishing relations with key stakeholders to guarantee that we are learning business network for the industry. Every one of our gathering depends on continuous and significant research with professionals and cross-industry to keep you up to date. So yes, with that, we would like to go ahead towards our official session of the day. And yes, of course, with your cooperation, we would like to move ahead. Before we finally move ahead, we would like to extend a very special thanks to our gold partner, Johnson Controls, and we would like to extend a very special thanks to our silver partners, Shah Decor's Architectural Solutions, Gerfloor, and Jobizo. We would like to extend our very special thanks to our associate partner, Nova Design Build, and networking partner, Godrej Interior and 10. And yes, we would like to extend very special thanks to our exhibitors as well, Astral Pipes, CCIL, and Armstrong Flooring. And before we move ahead, a very, very special thanks to our supporting hospitals and clients. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to take you towards the first panel discussion without any further delay. Well, yes, earlier we were supposed to start with the keynote address. Dr. Urvashi Prasad was supposed to join us for that, but due to some medical emergency, she is a little bit late. So we will go ahead towards the first panel discussion, where our topic is going to be Hospitals 2024 to 2030, Vision to Reality, Designing, Planning and Execution. And for this particular panel discussion, our moderator is going to be Dr. Yashpal Bhatia, who is Managing Director, Aston Hospital and Healthcare Consultants Private Limited. Please join me in welcoming him on the stage, ladies and gentlemen. Let's put our hand together and welcome him on the stage. So, we extend a very special welcome to you. We request you to join us on the stage. Thank you, sir. Now we would like to call upon the experts, our panelists who are going to join us for this particular panel discussion. Please join me in welcoming Mrs. Brinda Sen Gupta, Vice President, HKS Incorporated. Can you please request you all to kindly welcome her on the stage? Thank you so much, ma'am. Please take your seat. And yes, now with your cooperation, I would like to move ahead and I would like to take your cooperation in welcoming Mr. Raj Shekhar Wadela, who is Managing Director, Nova's Design Build. A very special welcome to you on stage, sir. And yes, now, last but not the least, I would like to welcome Mr. Manu Malhotra, sir, who is Director, RSMS Architects. So we would like to extend a very special welcome to you on the stage. Now I request Dr. Bhatia sir to carry forward this particular session.
Good morning, friends, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for giving us an opportunity to discuss on something which we keep on talking about when we sit privately, but when we sit professionally, our concentration goes on more to the design than to the outcome. Over a period of time, we have been talking. I have been actually working a lot on healthcare quality, and that has been one of the most focus. And I've been wondering whether we can deliver quality if we don't start it at the design phase. The outcome which we all are talking about. Today, everything that's related to the healthcare outcomes, the patient safety, the security of the whole system, and at the end of the day, how does it get integrated? Whenever I've been talking in the design forums, or in the architectural schools, or in the such conferences, I generally start with 4 questions. The first question, Brinda would probably remember, I said it in the last event also, that what are we building? Are we building the hospital building? Are we designing the hospital buildings? Or are we designing the monuments? The difference is, the monument is for people to see, to appreciate. Hospital is for people to use and appreciate. Now, the usability of that, the integration of the whole system into that becomes one of the problems. Monument, difficult to maintain, expensive to maintain, can be shut down for a few days if required, while the hospital, you shut down for 5 minutes and you know what it makes a difference. Needs to be easy to maintain. It's horrible to see you create a beautiful lobby, and if one light goes off, you are finding ways and means to correct that by putting some step ladders inside or so. Question again comes back, are we building the hospital buildings or the monuments? The second question which generally comes up, is the hospital required to be architect delight or the patient delight? I have seen, all of us have seen, beautiful designs, but ultimately, how much is my patient comfortable with that? Without naming a hospital, one of the prominent hospitals, designed beautifully, one of the, probably the best hospitals in the NCR at that time. I remember I went to Calcutta to receive my national award for development of hospital administration as a specialty in the country. And I met my mentor and teacher, Colonel D.B. Ray. And I told him, sir, there's a beautiful hospital coming up in Delhi. He said, Yash, is it beautiful or is it good? The need for a good hospital is what the patient, the doctor, the attendant. Of course, it has to be beautiful also. It is something like when you are choosing a life partner, you are trying to say, why not beautiful and good both? So I think when we are putting the hospital together, again, why not beautiful and good both? And in today's era, the technology. Everything, technology, not only from the medical technology, healthcare technology, we are not only talking about that, but the support technology, the technology to support the services of the institution, the technology to support the patient care services, the integration, all that has become as much important as just the hospital design component of it. We are now talking of this topic where we are talking of 24 to 30. But I feel when we are making a hospital, we are making the building for next century. Of course, the transition has been very fast. Last 3 decades, I remember 1989 when we were trying to make Jaipur Golden Hospital. The modular OTs were not there at that time. Even to get the vinyl flooring, it was difficult to get the vinyl flooring in the country. From that time to, how the things have changed in the last 3 decades, or I would say 4 decades, the world has become totally different. You talk of technology, you talk of everything that's available, but ultimately integrating that technology and the IT infrastructure and the way things have been putting toward the sustainable and other models, it's happening so fast. In fact, what we feel that by the time we spell the word technology, the technology is already changed. And one thing which you find common in every hospital, every nursing home, every healthcare organization, you open their brochure, you open their website, you'll find one word: state-of-the-art technology. Now, I don't know how to define that state-of-the-art. Because what is the state-of-the-art right now? By the time I move out of this room, the state-of-the-art would have changed. Look at the word of oncology. When we started Rajiv Gandhi, we got the first 2 linear accelerators in the country in the private sector. The linear accelerator technology by itself has undergone more than 20 changes, advancement in technology in last 30 years. A CT scan, a conventional CT scan to spiral, when we got the spiral, a 2 slice, 6 slice, 16 slice, 32 slice. Today we are talking about 256 slice and beyond. Ultimately, how much of the technology proofing we can do in our own system while we are designing, because hospital is going to last for 100 years. And people who come after 20 years, they are not going to realize that at what you designed was different than what is available today. So these are the challenges where we are talking about, and discussion today will focus on that significance of integrating all the smart solutions to healthcare infrastructure to challenge these challenges, which are ultimately impacting the healthcare outcomes. What's more important, as far as I am concerned, when I look at it, being a designer as well as an administrator, the outcomes. Ultimately, the patient and the family and the physician, their concern is the outcome. Design is something which is a supporting factor in that. For them, it's the outcome which matters. For them, it's the ultimate quality which matters. And that's where our design component has to address to. So I think overall optimization of the goals and putting them together is the key to it. With this, I'm honored today to have such a experienced panel who are probably going to contribute to what I'm saying or contradict to what I'm saying, whichever way. Both are very important, because a healthy discussion is going to come from both contradiction as well as from complementing what we say. All 3 of them are very learned, very experienced, and Manu, of course, I've had opportunity of knowing him for a lot of years, where we have worked together. Brenda, of course, we did a similar panel last year, and of course have with Raj. Of course, this is my first interaction, so it will be very interesting to take that forward. So I'll start with my first question from Brenda, and I just said, the hospital being patient delight, and hospital being architect delight, or hospital being, ultimately whose delight. That's the question which I'm trying to talk to you, that how do we measure success of design intentions in the design prerogative of administrators, physicians, investors, staff, or a collective effort? I'm reminded of a situation who's my customer? While I was doing my MBA in Canada, one of the class which we had on our marketing, and that was what we keep on talking about, KYC, that know your customer. So the question came that, do you know your customer? And his question came to us that when you are selling a baby diaper, who's your customer? How do you design your diaper at whose needs? Is it the mother who's using for the customer for the baby, diaper for the baby? Is it the father who is paying for that? Is it the baby who's wearing it? Whom do you design it for? And ultimately, what teacher said, don't forget the baby's bumps, because the bump is the one which is going to actually design what the. So knowing the customer and knowing their perspective, and the same thing comes to the design component of it, that who are our customer and how we balance ourselves to meet the needs of all these customers which we have mentioned. Over to Brinda.
Thank you, Dr. Bhatia, for all your insights and the questions. Just before I come to the question, there was one discussion about whether it should be beautiful or it should be a good hospital. So if you want both, come to HealthCare. So just a short thing is that it can really be both. It can be a beautiful hospital, as well as it can be a very functional design also, as long as we cater to all the aspects of operations, of maintenance. It can really become a bit of both. Working across the regions and working on several hospital projects, we have always come across there's some confusion in the brief, like, is it the doctors who are going to decide? Is it going to be based on the feasibility study which says what kind of patient demographics we are addressing to? Is it going to be the doctors who define everything? The answer, of course, is the collective approach. It has to be a collective approach. But the key part of that is that, yes, everyone has a say. Everyone is a stakeholder, but they have to come together at the right time. Currently, what happens is everybody is involved, but they are never together. One department doesn't speak to the other department. Sometimes if you are addressing people in the room, people with the loudest voice or the more the senior they are, they get away with making a decision. But a lot of the design details, sometimes the best suggestions come from even the support staff who are working, who can tell us that I need to do this, I need to do this job, I need the wash basin at a certain place, and we understand from them. So there is always a lot of confusion in terms of who wants what, but if everybody is there at the same time together and make a collective decision, it is good. So when we work with clients, we always tell them, who is the decision maker? Is he or she coming to this meeting? Because we don't want to take decisions and then later on the chairman says, no, this is not what I want. Or somebody, the head nurse, says that this is completely against what we had in mind. So we want the decision makers there together so that the vision is collective. And we want to know that if there are multiple opinions, who is the one who will actually, whose say will be the most important, and we can convince that person. But in design of a hospital, it is not based on seniority, or it is not based on the architect's dream. It is really based on the users, the staff, the patients, even doctors, people at the reception who face the day-to-day challenges, and that's who we learn from the most. So when we design, it's not the architect who has come up with this beautiful vision, but we are always learning from everyone who's a user, and it should be a collective vision for all of them.
Thank you, Brinda. Thank you for bringing it out so well. what we generally try to do, because this question has been coming forward for many times, so what we have now tried to do is that develop a questionnaire, put across that questionnaire to the client to be circulated to the key stakeholders, get their inputs, and maybe have a brainstorming session with them, or 1 or 2 or 3 brainstorming sessions. Because otherwise what's happening is, in many of the institutions, by the time you start moving forward, one doctor comes up, ये ऐसे क्यों बना दिया, इसको तो ऐसे करना चाहिए था. They won't realize that, that one change they are suggesting, how much effort of reworking will come up on the design team to make it happen. From their point of view, एक कमरा छोटा कर दिया, एक कमरा बड़ा कर दिया, एक यहाँ पे लगा दिया, that's what it is. So, reaching a consensus at the drawing board stage has been much more of value. And also, we were associated with a very, very prestigious project, and the director of the institution, I mean, really a gem of a person, a gem of a physician, a really, someone from whom you can learn a lot. But when it comes to the project, every week he'll go abroad and come back to you. यश जी, मैंने यहाँ पे वो देखा, हम यहाँ पे क्यों नहीं कर सकते, अभी तो बना नहीं है. As a result, for 2.5 years, we were redesigning and redesigning and redesigning, and the project, which was supposed to be completed in 3 years, took 7 years to complete because of redesigning. So, these are the things where probably the integration of, as architects and designers, I generally tell, the dream is someone else's. We are trying to convert it into reality. And when we are trying to translate the dream into reality, the dream has to be spelled out in a proper manner. Otherwise, we can't convert into reality. And that's where I think the whole effort goes in, and we are probably able to do that. But it's very challenging. It's very easy said on this platform, I can very easily say it. But when it comes to putting that into reality, it's really challenging. I am going to request Raj for his comments on that what are the challenges involved in translating design and tech to ground in the perspective of multiple components involved in the hospital construction, because stakeholders are many, and the person trying to convert that dream into reality is one, and that's where the challenges lie. So your take, please.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Brinda. That was a very good perspective on design. So what we're looking at here is who's going to build the cat. We all know the cat has to be built. And 2 very interesting things that came forward today is the form over function. So that should not be the case. And like Brinda said, the function always dominates. We are here for a purpose. We are trying to build a hospital to deliver healthcare. And the second point that Dr. Yash brought out very well was in just in time. We hear that so much. We hear about this. The whole world runs on just in time today. You have to be on time. So I think the hospitals also have to be on time and have to be catering to the purpose that it has been designed for. That is where the challenge comes. Like Sir said, it's easier said than done. So the people on the ground contact people are the key to this whole process. We have excellent designers and administrators today coming up with a philosophy. A hospital is a very complex ecosystem today. It's probably one of the most complicated machinery, because you see in a hospital, we are dealing with the skill of the clinicians, the need of the patients, the compassion of your nursing staff, all the human emotions and needs that are being catered by a facility, a brick and mortar facility, which has highly critical and advanced equipment, which is very sensitive to any fluctuation and any kind of a humidity. And then we have so many of these processes that are coming in place today to deliver your healthcare faster. You have telemedicine. So much is being packed into a small hospital. And what you're trying to get this done is we're trying to get this complex design executed by a construction team who is probably not aware or equipped to be able to deliver this. So I think the focus should be on the understanding. I think all the stakeholders of the whole process of delivering a hospital have to come onto the same platter. The construction of a hospital is all about sequencing. It's about what comes first, next, and the follow-up. And it's also about just not finishing a sequence, but this work that has been completed has to be protected so that it is going to be validated in the future. So person that is on the ground, and what we're trying to do is we have 50 different trades. We're getting 50 different experts, asking them to do their bit and expecting a uniform, well-oiled machine. So I think the focus should be on integrating all these components and giving the ownership to one entity, so that the validation, we all go with the design, goes with the parameters. Like we say, evidence-based design, parameter-based design. You want to achieve a certain output, like sir rightly put. It starts with output, but the outcome has to be one that has to be validated. If the output is valid, you get the outcome. So do the people that are actually building the hospital, do they know the parameters? Do they know what they have to hand over at the end of the project? They have to be able to understand that their system that they are building is actually built for the purpose, and they're responsible for validating and keeping the validation sustained. You have a OT which has a certain air changes and a particulate matter requirement. It's not enough if I validate it at the point of my handing over. It has to be validated through and through again. So that is where I think the entire ecosystem, there is a need for the construction team to be brought up to speed, for the construction team themselves to equip themselves in multiple parameters. Today, a contractor or a general contractor is not just about a brick and mortar, not also about the MEP system that is coming in, it's about the technology. You want to understand what is the building management systems that are going in. What are the systems that are going in? So my infrastructure has to be capable of taking these systems in and not fall apart. So like more than any other time in the hospital industry, today is the time when the construction industry has to actually become aware and capable of handing over the baton from the design team and hand it over to the hospital administrators and stand there as the bridge between the entire process. So I think that these are the challenges, and probably those are the areas we want to work on to make sure that these are translated.
Thank you, Taj. I think, well put across, today when we talk of concept to commissioning, the concept lies in the shoulders of one group. Putting the concept together lies in another group, and the commissioning is in the third group. While the person who is commissioning as an administrator, he feels that I know my pain the best. It's something like, we generally say that starting a hospital is like delivering a baby. And a mother who has never delivered will never know the pain of delivering. So that's where it comes to, that you have to understand where the pain is. And if the architects, designers, and the people who are putting it together, they can understand that pain, they'll be able to associate and absorb it in their design, so that at least the delivery can be as pain-free, as painless as possible, and the transition could be good. And today, of course, we are fortunate, as I said, that when we started the hospital 3 decades back or 4 decades back, the technology support was probably totally missing. In India, we were devoid of technology. I mean, as far as, for example, I gave an example, modular roti, I saw it only in the Hong Kong in an exhibition. In India, we didn't have even something to look at. Similarly, practically all, in fact, when we talked of today's era of computers, we, at least in our age group, we can always say that we learned computers because we were forced to learn computers. We were never learners by choice. We were learners because we were forced to learn that. We couldn't survive without it, and that's what it is. My earliest knowledge of computers was when I was doing an internship in Armed Forces, and I went to see a computer in Air Force Station, Ambala. And that was probably housed in a building which was probably as big as a hospital would be. The second computer I saw was in NIC. My brother was in Planning Commission. I went with him. And that was also in a building as big as probably a hospital building would be. To what it is that you are carrying, everyone is carrying a computer in hand in the mobile. And half of your hospital operations are actually happening on that mobile, supported by the technology. So I think that has become a challenge for us as designers too, that how do we integrate the advancing technology into the design phases of the hospital, so that question comes again, that at the end of the day, the users, the physicians, the patients, and the administrators, the finance people, everyone, they are the ones who are increasingly getting dependent on that technology, and integration of that becomes important. So my question to Manu is that what is your technology vision for the future when it comes to, not only this, but also the safe hospitals, because the safety in healthcare is becoming one of the biggest issues. Just to, put you across on the information piece of it, in US alone, we say that there are 100,000 deaths per year because of medication-related errors. 100,000 deaths. One Boeing crashes. Nepal, about 18 people died in a crash, and it's a global news. One Boeing crashes, 200 people die. It's a global news. And in healthcare industry, in US alone, we are probably causing more than 500 Boeing crashes per year. Globally, we don't know. And India, we are of course most fortunate because we have no data. So no data, no problem, no solution. We live in that era. But at the same time, the problem is there. And Manu, what's your take on that?
So I'll take a step back, Dr. Bhatia. You spoke about, we are designing hospitals for whom, right? And my take on this is that I design my hospitals only for the promoters who pay me. I don't design it for the doctor or the nurse or anyone, because eventually if the promoter is going to be successful, I think a lot of satisfaction can be brought in to the other stakeholders in the system. Now, as far as architecture is concerned and talking specific to the technology, we as architects try and include the latest softwares which are used for designing so that the pain points can be brought down, in the sense like at the concept stage. We use certain softwares. Today we have the liberty of using softwares wherein we can do the annual simulation of the building. And that results in designing the building more efficiently so that we can bring our heat loads down. Our HVAC system can be 30% more efficient if the systems are designed, or the building is oriented, or the fenestrations are designed properly. I still come across a lot of hospitals where thumb rules are used of about 150 square feet per ton, whereas we are doing hospitals today where we're using 250, 300 square feet per ton as the design efficiency. And we go to the development, design development stage. We are using a lot of softwares like BIM and Revit, where we are simulating the building in 3 dimensions, ensuring that the decision making, as we were all talking about, decision making by the clients and all stakeholders, making the buildings beautiful. We can model the building in a way that changing the material, its cost implications, and all of that can be brought out, with a click of a button instead of doing a lot of effort on that. Again, as you said, the modular operation theaters were not there when you started doing Jaipur Golden. I mean, today, if you look at the structural safety requirements of the hospital, that's also a big thing. The structural cost actually comes to around 20% of the total building cost, minus the medical equipment and land. So if we actually use the technology for designing the buildings also, using foundation isolators or dampers, etc., we've seen that, the building becomes much lighter, and we can actually save 10% of the cost from the structure as well. Apart from that, what you spoke about, using or energy monitoring or having building management systems, all of that is something we all have been using. But I think there are newer technologies like such which we can adopt and save costs for the client.
Thank you, Manu. I think this is leading to the next question, which is Brenda is going to be enlightening us on. While we are talking of all this technology, sustainability, and everything which is getting incorporated, the hospital planning is, arena is becoming very big, from design to sustainability to, all these factors. And ultimately, everything that we want to implement means cost. We in quality, were faced with question again and again. Quality, but at what cost? Ultimately, who pays for it? Is the patient who is going to pay for it. And patient paying capabilities in the country like ours, which always becomes a major factor in design process per se. So what are the effective low-cost ways of tying into India's 2050 sustainability vision when it comes to hospital design is concerned.
So now this cost effective is something that we hear a lot. Everybody wants something cost effective. But I think the fundamental difference that we need to change in our mindset is that we are only looking at the initial costs. People don't want to hire international architects, or people don't want to hire people with more medical planning experience because they feel that, okay, those architects are going to be much more expensive. People don't want to do the right kind of investment in the beginning because it feels much more costly. But we do have to see the full circle. We have to see what is your initial cost versus what is your eventual cost. Is good design going to cost you a bit more in the beginning, but in the life cycle of assessment of your entire project, is it going to be much more efficient? Those are the questions that are really going to define sustainability. So sustainability, again, should not just be about environmental sustainability. It should also be about economic sustainability. So building design, the architectural design is a very small part of this whole cost of running operations, of designing or operating a hospital. Of course, if I talk about only the initial investments, where we are saying that what can we do which is low cost for getting sustainable options, we can look at facade design. I'm sure that has been talked about enough times. Right from the planning aspect, the way a building is sited on site, whether it's looking at the north, south, east, west configurations, that's where it starts from. Are we exposing the facade which is gaining the most sunlight to, is that our main facade? Or are we looking at shading them or using the site's configuration to ensure that the heat gain is minimum? Those are the very initial things that we start with when we do design, and that does not cost anything. You don't have to do a very high-tech energy modeling to know these basic principles, that you need to put it in the right way, you need to have the shading devices, you need to minimize your glazing. You just don't want to create a beautiful glass building, but you need to minimize the glazing where your exposure is a lot. And if you need to use the glazing, then you need to use a certain type of glazing and double glazed units to ensure the heat gain is less. So these small fundamental principles at the beginning, when you are at the drawing board, that doesn't cost you anything. Yes, the DGU cost is definitely more than a plain glass cost, but eventually, when you look at your operations, your HVAC costs are going to come down. So I'm sure all of these aspects, like all of us architects, these are fundamental principles that have been talked about enough number of times. But I think overall, if you look at the entire cost and not just design costs or the building architectural part of it, if operators want to reduce their entire life cycle cost, they have to make the right decisions at the right time, which comes back to our fundamental question, that who are the stakeholders? If we take a lot of time in just decision making and our projects are running for 5 years, yeah, it is going to cost you much more. So sustainability is not just about the glass or using materials which are locally sourced. We all know that. But sustainability is also about environmental sustainability. It is about ecological sustainability. It's about your cost. Are you being sustainable? Are you in putting the right investment at the right time or not? So I think, we don't want to talk about very high-tech solutions to saving costs, but just very simple measures of efficient decision-making and efficient design, which will definitely be low cost and save a lot of money.
Thank you, Belinda. I think there has always been a conflict on this issue. I go back to the quality, we generally say that cost of implementing quality and the cost of quality. These two are something, which is very difficult to understand. You create a design where you are not able to do effective infection control in the organization. You keep on getting infections and keep on putting money to treat those infections. Ultimately, the cost of quality is much, much higher than the cost of implementing quality, and probably that same goes into, the designing also. The cost of implementing the design vis-a-vis. So somewhere down the line, I don't know, as leaders in the profession or as students of the profession, if we can create something, where the cost benefit of outcome can be defined somewhere in, it'll be probably, I don't blame the promoters or the investors, from their point of view, their level of understanding and awareness that if I'm putting in this cost, what's going to give me? And ultimately translating it into, the outcome, the interrelation and correlation sometimes become very difficult for them, which has become much better, let's say, in the medical equipment industry. Now everyone is talking of cost of ownership. They are not talking about price of the equipment. They are talking about the 7-year cost of ownership or 10-year cost of ownership of the equipment. So somewhere if we can equate the cost of, ownership with this, probably that will be of a great value in people to understand. Because many times, having worked with at least more than 65 clients across the country till date, what we realize that educating the promoter is probably very, very important, because ultimately they are dependent on certain advisors and who themselves also may not be as aware. And unless we are able to convince them, we'll keep on struggling in making these things happen, that what is the cost which they are putting in and what benefit they are going to derive out of it in the long run. And if it is supported by few technical documents, probably that serves. So as I said, that we can probably draw a nice lesson from the medical device industry, which has put medical equipment industry, which has put in a lot of effort on that, and it is actually yielding results in the, so part of the medical advancement in healthcare which you see, the equipment advancement, has been the result that, at least most of the formal organizations today, good organization, they look at more from the point of cost of ownership than the price of the equipment at the purchase point of view. And this is all related to my next question to Raj. Is that what is the future of the hospital concern in terms of increasing efficiency through scalability, sustainability, while keeping in view the cost that we just discussed?
Thank you, sir. That's a very interesting aspect of the whole thing, of being future ready. We've seen a very great example of adaptability and scalability during the COVID time. Probably India has done one of the best in terms of response, but I think that was a reactive tendency. We reacted to a situation and we did good. You would not know until you actually get the result out. So the future is about, and also the increasing population and the kind of advancements coming in technology, we are able to cater to a lot more patients today. Then how is the infrastructure going to be designed for this scalability part? So scalability is basically the efficiency or the ability to quickly increase your efficiency and capability to be able to take the patient load and deliver the same system more effectively. I think scalability is a twofold process. First would be the healthcare side and the process side. Second is the infra side. These are also two sides of a coin when it comes to healthcare infrastructure. When it comes to processes, the technology, leveraging technology, we've already seen transcriptioning, we've seen the electronic health records. What's happening is when you have so much data coming at you and good, very effective tools of evaluating the data, we know what is our data and what is our performance parameters that needs to go into our healthcare. So leveraging the technology, getting your electronic health records, telemedicine. See, how can we use telemedicine for scaling up? Of course, you're reaching out to remote areas, but telemedicine can be used in triaging. Most of the illnesses and disease today may not require admission or a doctor's consultation in person. So triaging and telemedicine can help in keeping the patients out of the hospitals in a good way. So we're going to address their need, address their concern, but again, keep your hospital's capacity open. So increasing, like they say, like the great Indian saying, you don't have to just earn money, but you can also save money, and that will increase your profit. So you don't have to increase your capacity, but manage your capacity. Telemedicine is, that's where I think the telemedicine comes into picture. And you have so much of AI coming in, especially in radiology. So the report analysis and the reporting system has become so much, probably you can do a lot more work with the available skill than actually required to scale up. So this part of technology helps you scale up by not really increasing your space or resources, but by utilizing the resources in a better way. Coming to the other part of it, the infra part. That's the key. That's, I think, a bigger challenge to the world and mostly to India as such today, because our perspective of a hospital is still brick and mortar. When somebody makes a hospital, they make a hospital for a lifetime. They are decided. So like sir very rightly said, they think this is what I need. But what we probably should be doing is we should design for change. We should not, more than designing for the purpose, we should design for change. Not being ready for change, but we should be like waiting for change. We should want change. Change is the only permanent thing that really happens. So when you are with a design perspective of change, what happens is, I think probably a good way to go about is modularizing. Like anything else, we modularize our spaces. We modularize an OT space, we modularize an ICU space, so that a component can be plugged in easily. And this probably, again, is not as easy as we say, because it comes with a lot of interconnections like we thought. It comes with the MEP systems, it comes with the technology that is integrated into it. Let's say an OT. An OT comes with a lot of ducting and a lot of other connections. So if there can be portable MEP systems, there's already portable HVAC units, and there also can be flexible HVAC systems. Per se, you have a ward. You increase the number of air changes and you can change the filters, you will go into an ICU. Similarly, an OT can be changed from a general specialty to a super specialty. So the concept and the thought of design should be in terms of making it adaptable to future change and keeping a redundancy. And when we say redundancy, immediately it comes to cost. And we take a step back. I think two major constraints for scalability today is cost and the regulations. You have to design as per AERB, so it is kind of fixed, written in stone. So that is where I think the design community and the healthcare community has to come forward and see how we can make these things, build in a center of redundancy into the systems so that the scalability is much easier for you. You have AHU systems today which can increase your pressure, work as a positive pressure and a negative pressure. This will ease the load. If you have 4 isolation rooms, 2 in positive, 2 in negative, they can just be 2 isolation rooms now, which can be positive and negative pressure. So an integration of mechanical systems, technology, and a thought process into modularizing your space, I think is the key to scalability.
Thank you, Raj. I think, this is where the pandemic has taught us a lot, that in spite of being probably talking about all the best systems in the world, how we miserably failed. And because of all these factors, where resilience was not there in the system to take care of a situation which caught us absolutely unalarmed, and it can happen. There are a lot of conceptual changes which are coming up across the globe, taking into consideration the pandemic and other such situations. But still, we feel that if it repeats, if the pandemic repeats, are we prepared?
That's a big question. Yeah.
That's a question, as a healthcare community, as healthcare professionals, as healthcare designers. Pandemic is forgotten already. And again, the design resilience, which we started talking, in fact, if I remember those days, practically everyone in the world was talking about resilient designs and something which will take care of the future-ready designs and all those kind of things. But if we look into ourselves very, very honestly, the way we were talking 2 years back, we are not talking today. And if another pandemic doesn't hit us, we probably after 2 years we won't be even talking about it. But that's where we have to look into. These are the challenges, these are the things which, one always looks for an easy way out, but the challenges are there. And more so when we are implementing in our Indian healthcare scenario, where the cost, ultimately when we look at the viability, the sustainability, the financial sustainability of the organization under the way the payer system works in this country, we are generally talking about the hospital, the design, the cost and everything. But ultimately from the operator point of view, the payer system becomes the most important, because ultimately the patient or the third party payer or whosoever is going to pay for it. And what they are going to get for it, is it something which is going to meet the operational costs of the organization in that system? So these are the kind of challenges which we face. So Manu, I mean, what do you think are the challenges in implementing all this in, overall? We have to keep in mind the safety, we have to keep in mind the sustainability, we have to keep in mind all other regulatory and compliance factors. At the same time, obviously, the payer is going to be someone who is going to determine what we have it today.
Sir, you started the discussion that, you generally used to take 5 years to complete a project in, way back in 80s, right? And I think when I started my journey, in 90s, it was the same, we were taking about 3-4 years time. We remember working with you on a project, and it took us 3 years from the thought to the commissioning, right?
Yes.
But if I look at it today, I think the process has just gone elongated. That's the biggest pain point. It takes anywhere close to 7 to 8 years for a healthcare building from the thought to the commission. Even if we look at, we start from locating the land. If you today decide to buy a piece of land of about 8-10 acres in a city like Gurgaon or NCR, in Delhi, east or west, wherever, right? It is such a challenge to find a piece of land which is available for healthcare use. So from that master planning and that stage itself, it takes years to first locate the land. Then the second thing comes is the regulatory compliances, building approvals, sanctions, and all of that has significantly elongated in the name of digitization or ease of doing business or whatever. The whole process has just got elongated. I mean, earlier the sanctions were taking in tier 1 city about 6 months. In tier 2, tier 3, it was much shorter. But even in tier 2, tier 3 cities, it's taking much longer today. In places like Delhi, it takes about a year. And essentially this is because the codes are not communicating well with each other. If you look at the National Building Code, I mean, we as a firm are doing projects all across the country. And if you look at the east, west, a National Building Code says that you can build so much height for a hospital. You go to the eastern part of the country, it is much lesser than what National Building Code says. If you go to the western part of the country, it's much higher than what National Building Code says, because essentially it boils down to the fact that the state rules overrule the National Building Code, and because it's a guideline, it's not a law. So from that stage, and you go to the construction, the land cost is so high, there's so much of pressure on utilizing the land. So if essentially you get into building more and more basements to meet the norms of parking or to maximize the efficiency of the land, that again requires a lot of soil stabilization systems. Coming out of the basement itself takes a few years. So these are the things which I think are the biggest pain points for any promoter who's planning to build a hospital. Getting those technologies for construction, they're not available in the country. We talk about using drywall systems, using dampers, so on and so forth. But if they are not planned properly, because these are to be imported, there is a cost involved with it. Skilled manpower is not available. Material is available, but then the skilled manpower is not available. So hence, it's always a dilemma whether one should go for a conventional system or to go for a high-tech construction system of steels, drywalls, etc. So I think these are the thoughts which I feel that every promoter runs through while he's looking at the challenges. And everybody, I was talking to a doctor recently, and he plans to build a 500-bed hospital. And I said, sir, we can go to a place, which will be a go-to market in about 5 years. He said, what are you talking? I'm going to build it in 3 years. I said, you will not be able to even start construction in 3 years. So that's the kind of, fact check which needs to happen. So, yeah, these are my thoughts.
Thanks, Manu. Thank you so much. I think we all go through similar kind of pains, when it comes to, and only thing, the
type of pain, the quality of pain, the intensity of pain, it varies from project to project and from time to time and from place to place.
And the experience of delivering babies.
So, but at the same time, in spite of all these challenges, in spite of all these difficulties, in spite of pain points that we keep on talking about, the industry by itself, in the decades, have changed from remote to the most modern that it could be. Today, we can boast of hospitals, we can boast of healthcare organizations, which are at par and compatible with what the globally compatible healthcare system should have. And thanks to people like you who have contributed to that, in spite of all the challenges, as you rightly said, the NBC and, I've been talking to a few people in that, the people who authored it, their intent to the people who implement it, their thought process, there's always a variance. And that variance impacts the overall healthcare, kind of implementation process. So we are again back to, I think when India completed 50 years of independence, there was a beautiful article in Times of India which said that India has got probably the best written laws, most poorly implemented. So we are still at the same place that while we are writing it, probably the intents are very different. While we are implementing it, intents are entirely different. And those challenges ultimately work on how we develop. But in spite of that, if we have been able to do it, and we have, to quite an extent, I would say, reached a stage where we are directly talking about and we are implementing the future-ready hospitals, that probably the whole aim is that for decades to come, we should be remembered for the good work which has been done, where they should be able to say that Manu has got his stamp on it, or Raj has got his stamp on it, or Brinda has got their stamp on it, and they should be remembered. The hospital should be remembered by the hospital, also by the name of the person who designed that hospital. Thank you very much. Thanks for that.
Check. So before you move to your designated seats, I would like to ask my audience, if you have any questions, you can just raise your questions over here. Our experts are here to advise you. Any questions you have? Then I believe we can move ahead towards the next panel discussion. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, I believe we have clicked a wonderful picture too. Now we would like to take you towards the next panel discussion, and okay, there is a question. Ma'am, please go on.
Hi. Thank you so much for an enriching discussion. Am I audible? Yeah. Just a small question. You have rightly mentioned about the disparity in cost of multiple organizations from different sources when it comes to architect. Basically, there are organizations like HKS, I have personally worked them with in past. And then there are people who are coming up in the industry as individual contributors or starting up their business. And rightly said so, there is a lot of cost difference when we are onboarding such partners. As a subject matter expert, are there any top 5 things you would want to call out that we should look at when we are looking forward to association with any such organizations or individual contributors? Because for a procurement person, probably having the subject matter expertise of comparing the cost of architect is limited on the basis of the scope of work submitted. However, there are other factors which are not, defined on the table. There is a lot of association that is being done with the projects team, but rightly said so, there is huge pressure on reducing the capital expenditure, and architect sits onto this. if I'm building a hospital, the break even is connected with the capex that I'm investing. So said that, are there any key top 5 pointers you would want to call out, which are the differentiators between one or the other kind of organization, with all due respects to startups or to established brands or international brands?
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You actually gave us an opportunity to talk about our work. So I think, the basic question that as a procurement person, as a representative of the promoters in the hospital industry, is to think about the end in mind. That is, I think, one big thing that we have to look at. What is the purpose of our project? The time, the cost, and the parameters. So if you can define what is the time that you want, what is the cost and the parameters that you want, the agency that can actually take responsibility of delivering these three would be your choice of vendor. It can be an architect, it can be any of the vendors that you work with. Because mostly what we're doing is we are starting with the start in mind today. You want to start with the design. You want to onboard a contractor. You want to finalize a vendor. But are we really thinking about what is the end of it? So probably that should be the top pointer for all of us. So in general, when we start with an end in mind, that's when we get to a point much more effectively. And of course, there is other ways. Like today, it is not like a one-man job anywhere. So the collaborator, the integrator in your job is the key. In some cases, it can be the hospital department. You have an engineering department that does it. Some cases, it can be a PMC that does it. But you actually need this integrator who is your partner in letting you get to the end with all your parameters intact. I think that's probably my take. I don't know about the top 5, but this should be the top 1. Okay. Thank you.
So, I think my thoughts on this are that, you see, if I identify some critical success factors from a promoter standpoint, it is essentially the fact that you build within schedule and within the cost. And if I further break that down, the cost part of it, while identifying an architectural firm or the team you are putting together, which comprising of course, a lot of other team members, is that if you look at the cost of the building, it's actually 50-50. If you look at the structure and the finishes versus the MEP, it's almost 50-50. So it's essentially not only hiring an architect, it's also about the fact that that architect is partnering with which MEP consultant, right? So both of these things put together, you need to really look at the track record of those firms, whether they have been actually delivering the projects on time and in the cost which is predefined. How much are the cost overruns? How much have been the time overruns? I think that would give you a fair assessment of selection and what is the cost you're paying for that consultancy vis-a-vis the value it is bringing.
So I think it's more about the value. Like Manu also said, that what is the value that a team is bringing in. Of course, there are huge differences and, everybody will justify that expense. But as a promoter or as a procurement team, what you would need to see is what kind of hospital are you building? Are you building a general one or a specific one? For example, if you're building a cancer hospital, maybe you want to look at what is the oncology experience that a particular firm has. That will help you zero down things a little bit more. Of course, someone who has not done it can also do it. But if you look at just a matrix, someone who has done it multiple times might be able to address it better. Then you can even look at things like location. Like, do you have a representative of that firm close to where you're building? Where are your meetings going to be? Where is your management going to be? Like, are they comfortable doing virtual or not? Are you looking for an on-site presence? Or are you looking for more remote kind of, setups? So those kind of factors can help you decide what you're looking at. But I think the project experience is a simple one. That does somebody have enough experience or does not have? And then you can look at the body of work. You can look at the key personnel. So typically when we submit proposals. We are always asked for submitting the CVs also, like the resumes also. Who is going to be on your team? Yes, a team can have, the subject matter experts worldwide, but who is the person who's going to address your project? What is their qualification? So those kind of requirements you can have. You can ask the team to furnish those. And then, of course, everybody, there are multiple designers now who are all good, and then ultimately it'll boil down to the individual connection that you have with people. Are you comfortable working with them or not? So we can have initial presentations where you decide all of that. But let cost or fee or the perception of fee not be the only factor. That's all. That, okay, this is not going to work. Yeah, so let's have the conversation. Let's change that perception first and then take it from there.
So, yeah, please.
I think one of the major factors, which promoters are stuck with, the cost overrun and the time overrun. Now, these are the two factors which creating an assurance on number one, cost overrun, because ultimately, any project, when they are getting to different, either it is a cash flow or it is a decision or indecision on the organization, which is impacting the project in a very big way. And many times the cash flow getting impacted because the projections given by the consultant to the promoter probably are not the rightfully calculated or not optimally calculated, and it results into a cost overrun at that point of time.
So if I may quickly add, sir, so the standard procurement mantra of going for L1 may not be the right way to go. So it should actually be what is in your overall picture, the cost, consistency, and the determination of the constant of the cost is the key. Once you know that your cost is X with a variance of a minor thing and your time is Y, I think your project is safe and it is going to flourish. But again, we are very driven by the L1 mentality. I think that's probably something we all need to change.
Absolutely, and this has been very, very informative what you shared, especially about cost overrun. And as a person who manages supply chain for CK Birla Healthcare business, one thing I can assure you as a partner or as a prospective partner, the combination of the quality outcomes and cost is what our promoters look into and what we also talk about. And that is how I was keen to understand what is the perspective you bring on the table. So it is, I think the times are gone when it was a typical L1 decisions. It is normally a combination of the techno-commercial decisions where the technical evaluation and the commercial evaluation come in hand, and then decisions are taken. So thank you so much. And as I said, it was a very, very enriching conversation. We'll look forward to catch up with you guys. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you once again. And I think with this, we end this discussion at this stage. Thank you so much.
Thank you to our experts for sharing their expertise with us. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. We request you to move towards the designated seats, and we would be needing your cooperation now for the next panel discussion. So the next panel discussion is going to be about supply chain agility, digital procurement reimagines, healthcare logistics, and for this particular panel discussion, Mr. Vikas Goyal is going to be our moderator, who is head of supply chain management, Fortis Memorial Research Institute. Please join me in welcoming him on the stage, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, with that, we would like to take this session ahead. Warm welcome to you, sir.
Good morning, all.
And now I would like to call upon our panelist on the stage. Mr. Ranjit Kumar is going to join us, who is head of supply chain management, ART Fertility Clinics. And yes, please join me in welcoming him on the stage, ladies and gentlemen. I need your cooperation. I need some of the positive energy in the room. And yes, with that positive energy, let's start this session. I request sir to carry forward this session. A very special welcome to you on stage, sir. And in the meantime, I would like to invite Mr. Abhishek sir on stage as well, who is again General Manager, Supply Chain Management, CK Birla Hospital. Sir, I request you to kindly join us upon the stage. And yes, with your presence, we would like to move ahead in this particular panel discussion.
Yeah, good morning, my dear friends. Myself, Vikas from Fortis Hospital.
All right.
So as we see supply chain, so we see there is a lot of functions in the hospitals like HR, marketing, finance. So why we call it a supply chain. Chain word is attached with the supply chain. Because there is a lot of huge efforts are required to provide the desired materials or services to our patients or extremists, our surgeons, doctors, etc., who are providing the care to our patients over there. So a lot of people's procurement guys, stores guy, inventory guy, and a finance guy, payout guys, receivables, etc. A lot of chain is required and involving a lot of manufacturers, vendors and suppliers also who are providing a lot of materials to our hospital. That's why the supply chain is called as a chain. Now we see in a healthcare. So in a healthcare, it's a supply chain is a cost center as well as a profit center. So if we see for the non-medical materials, the indirect materials, that is a cost center. So there is a huge challenge on us to reduce the cost on that part, maintaining the cost containment. And for the direct materials like drugs and consumables, we have to see the preferred choices of the surgeons, quality, cost, availability, and see the margins also, as well as consider the insurance and payers approvals also, what all they are approving for the patients when these items are used in the hospitals. So in a supply chain, if we see as a totality, three things are moving together. One is a flow of information. There's a lot of data is moving. Flow of material, that we see physical materials, and flow of finance from patients to hospital, hospital to vendors, suppliers, and then to the manufacturers. So we have to consider all these three facts, manage all these three aspects of flow, information, data, and the finance and materials as a part of the supply chain team. So let's begin with the discussion with my subject matter experts over here. So my first question is Mr. Ankit Bansal from you. So what are the other major advantages of the digital procurement? Like we're talking about the digital procurement. Our companies are investing a lot of money, efforts on ERP solutions. They're taking a lot of SAP or Oracle-based software for that. So what are the benefits you have encashed in your hospitals or in your experience on digital procurement?
Sure, Vikas. So thank you very much. First of all, I am very grateful here to discuss on the digital procurement, and I'm very thankful to the summit to invite me for this discussion. So when we talk about the digital procurement, so basically it's not improve the efficiency and the cost saving, but the major thing which we face as a supply chain professional, transparency and visibility in the overall process. Because when we do any procurement activity, it took a lot of stays in the time. So when we do the digitalization of complete process, it will help us to transparently share the information with the management, with the user, and also create the visibility where we are. So these are the two things I see that which create the most beneficial when we do the digital procurement. So there are a lot of tools, like ERP is the tools, but there are a lot of software like SaaS software which is available in the market, which is creating the efficiency, transparency and the visibility in the complete process. Like Joho is just example. So because might be in some of the procurement when we are doing for the capex buying, it took a lot of time, like a journey of 2 months, 3 months or 4 months, because in a medical equipment also. So it will create the complete transparency where we are. So this is the one major thing which I see the create the benefit as a digital procurement, and also user is also informed about it where we are. So this is the two advantages I see.
So Abhishek, my same question to you. What are the advantages you have in cash by using the digital procurement platform in your organization?
Thank you, Vikas. Thank you for providing me this platform. So digital procurement has many of its advantages, and to cite the foremost advantage is the visibility and trackability of things. The main struggle of a procurement person on a day-to-day basis working for a hospital is the trackability and the communication which is provided and shared across various stakeholders. Today, in a fast-moving world, and also when we are faced with general situations, there are times when we have to struggle with supplies, coordinations, and back and forth movement of data which is most of it is manual in current stage. Although there are examples of digitalization in many places, but they are in silos, and the data is disjointed. It's not collated somewhere. It's all often said that data is a gold mine, but that gold mine is non-usable unless it is presented in a systematic manner where someone can derive results out of that or take decisions out of that. So major benefit according to me is connectivity, visibility, transparency, and more often than not, the time saving which gives the efficiency to the procurement person of delivering the solutions in a timely manner as far as the healthcare supplies are concerned. So that's great.
So again, Mr. Ranjit, my questions to you, how the digital procurement helps your organizations and what's your insight on that part?
Thank you, Vikas, for giving this opportunity. Digital procurement is very important in the supply chain management. By the help of the digital procurement, we can automate our daily routines, we can reduce our manual works and reduce our daily tasks. Also, we reduce the cost. We also transparency our procurements to all managements. We also reduce the timelines. We will also share the data to the vendors by the help of the data sharings. And also we manage the inventory levels, run the ROL according to the systems. That's it.
Great. So as you said regarding that, digital procurement help us for the clear-cut visibility to the management, real-time flow of information to the management for taking the critical decisions regarding the availability, procurement, or taking the decisions what the consumption pattern in the hospitals over there, giving the visibility to the suppliers also if we can link with their software with our inventory management in the hospitals, how the stocks are reducing, how they can replenish the stocks, what are their payment processes and cycling part over there. So I think these are the few basic digital procurement facilities which every hospital is using and moving over there. So now we move further over there on the next questions. Now every hospital is using the software as per their capacity, availability, and the flow of finance with them. So what are the primary challenges healthcare organization face when implementing the healthcare requirement solution? So Abhishek, let's start with you.
So although it's often said that every good thing has its flaws also, but again, when we go to digitalization in healthcare systems, the major constraint which is encountered by companies are cost. We are talking about cloud-based ERP systems. Now, the state-of-art cloud-based ERP systems comes at a cost. Now, every organization faces a challenges in terms of investing that much amount and the kind of returns which is estimated from that will take time as and when they are established. First challenge is the cost. Second is the change management. There is a huge resistance to change when we talk about the people working in a system. The ways or processes which are manually maintained by various people over years have now to change. Now, when we go about doing this, there has to be a training and retraining and reinforcement of things which we want to change. As a process, this involves a process change too when we talk about digitalization. So it's not about spending money, getting a state-of-the-art software and starting to run a hospital. But the major impact comes when the people who are operating those things are aligned with the thought process of the organization and adhere to the changed process and take benefit out of it. Otherwise, the entire process of getting the things, investing money goes to waste. Second thing is that there are multiple cases of cybersecurity threat. Over the past years, we have read across many cases where there are cybersecurity threats and data breaches on the hospitals. And this causes a major impact on the hospitals too. So when we think about the state-of-the-art ERP systems, we need to think about the cost which will be involved on implementing a security system also, which will curtail any such cybersecurity threat. third part is the people training programs, which should be incorporated along with the change management things, so that the entire process of implementing these digitalization things can be done seamlessly. Otherwise, the entire exercise goes to a waste. That's all.
Thanks Abhishek. So now we see that there is a lot of preparation is required when we are implementing the digital solutions for the hospital. So that is readiness of the hardware we required, the technology we would like to buy. We have to map our as-is process with the to-be processes which we required from the software. The team has to be aligned, the train-to-trainer program has to be run, and see what the benefits we are look forward for the organizations, for the management, for the patients, and for the employees of the organizations. If we take care of these three aspects, definitely the cost is come, quality has to be approved by the management, and we see that has to be streamlined for the next 5 years and next 7 years of the business goals with us over there. So now moving on the same, now we heard about a lot of AI, MIS tools, a lot of artificial intelligences in the supply chain, which help us to the hospital management team for taking the corrective immediate decisions. So let's get some inputs from our subject matter experts on that aspects. So Mr. Ranjit, so what are the latest trend and innovation in digital procurement helps, like AI tools or automation helps the hospital?
AI is the very important tools for the digital procurement, because by the help of the AI tools you can analyze the historical data. By the help of the historical data you can take the future demands, predict the future demands.
So Ankit, you want to add?
First of all, I want to add about the challenges which Abhishek added. So, as per me, the major challenge which we are facing when we are implementing any digital tool is integration. Integration means integration of existing processes and the way of operation which is we are doing. Because what is happening, the digital tool which is available in the market are available with a very vanilla flavor. They don't have the capabilities to integrate the end-to-end process of the healthcare. And the second challenge, I think, which we are facing is basically the training of the users, because users are basically doing the things manually or doing the things very in a limited way of using the laptop or desktop from the from longer time. So training is the part where we are facing the challenging, because why I'm able to share it, because one of the integration which is we are doing for the organization where we are facing these issues. And now coming on the AI and the automation, so AI is the basically the requirement of the time. And it is basically creating the data and the information on just one click. And basically might be we were doing the things in 2 days, 3 days, 5 days to analyze the data, get the data. But like a chat GPT and other software which is available, just in providing the information within a fractions of second. And the second part is the automation. So automation is the demand of the basically the time. Reason being, when we are operating with a single hospital or the fertility centers, when we talk about, we are having the two verticals of the business in CK Birla Hospital and fertility. So it is possible that we can create, we can use a single software, but automation of the repeated task is mandatory. Like, because when we are going to handle 50 centers or multiple hospitals, the complete automation, like creating the end-to-end process of automation, when we are talking about creating the POs, sending through the vendors, follow-ups on, it will help us to reduce overall manpower dependency and create the basically outcome which is defined. So these are the input from myself.
Great. So now Abhishek, next question is to you. So what are the effective low-cost ways to get the solution? Because now we see in a tier B, tier C. So every hospital is not a corporate hospitals. They have a huge fund or you have a huge team over there. So how the tier B and tier C hospitals can find the good solution which match up their footprints to the latest technology also and which is cost effective also?
So Vikas, thank you for this question. Also this question was in my mind too, because there are many alternatives, and even big hospitals too, there is a question of cost effectiveness in the mind of every procurement professional when we talk about digitalization. So we can easily think about spending lots of money on getting high-end systems. But when we talk about low cost or cost effective options, one thing that comes to my mind is we need to optimize our processes first, then we need to think about digitalization. The first thing is optimizing our process, building a proper mindset of the people working in the supply chain, in our teams actually, so that they have the right mindset of embracing what we are talking about. Although there are many alternatives available in the market, low cost and high cost in terms of ERP solutions, but we need to optimize them to our requirements. It's not about getting the best thing available in the market, but we can opt for an optimum solutions which can be customized to our needs or a specific hospital or organization needs, which may be small, or and then we can start the implementation over there. It's not about getting the highest costing option available in the market. It's about getting an option which suits best to your needs and customizing it to our requirements. Because as I say, right now, whatever alternatives are available in the market, most of them are standardized and not customized to the hospital procurement requirements as we are speaking about. So we need to customize those and get it applicable to our systems rather than taking something standard at very high cost.
Great, Ji. So now to rapid fire questions. So how are you managing, Abhishek? I'll ask this question from all the three panelists and I'll also give the answers. So how to manage the, in a supply chain, we have to manage the triangles, circle, which is have three components like quality, cost and availability. So how you manage these three things in your hospitals with fulfilling the expectation of the management and the patient?
So first thing is cost, quality and timely deliveries. So it's basically a relationship business. The key stakeholders in this are our suppliers. So they are not merely our suppliers, but they are our partners in the business who are delivering us the requirements as and when required. So maintaining effective relationship with the vendors, maintaining effective pool of vendors and getting alternatives for our requirements is the preparatory steps to manage all these things in a proper way.
So Abhishek, same question to you.
So as per me, planning is the important bit to handle this, because when you do the planning and the implementation of the repeated task in the year advance, so you will get the adequate time to handle the emergency and ensuring that quality should be there and the cost should be adequate, so you will be able to do the data analysis and all. So planning is the bit which we need to do every year in a timely manner, is the basically success key.
So Mr. Ranjit?
Supplier is the very important, because hello, by the help of the suppliers we can reduce the also cost, or we can also by the help of the supplier collaborate the all items. Suppose there are lots of suppliers available in the hospitals, but when we collaborate the all supplier into the big supplier, then we also reduce the cost and quality.
Great. So if you see in a hospitals, we have to maintain the quality, cost and availability. So quality is, how do we maintain the quality? By involving my stakeholders. So stakeholders in a hospitals is the doctors, clinicians, because they are the people who suggest us which product is good for their patients, which implant is good for their hospitals. So if we can partnership with them and take their partnership with the manufacturers, so that gives us a good sense of quality, availability of the various products in the market, and then we choose the best one which is suited for our hospital over there. Again, for the cost, the long-term partnership. We can go for the long-term contracts with the suppliers, do the rate contract for 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, see the availability, do the volume discussions over there, clubbing the, like group purchasing, doing the purchasing for a group over there, so that the suppliers and the manufacturers can get a commitment and volume also, and can offer us a good cost to us. Second is standardization of the products. If we can standardize the products across the hospitals, that gives us a good scope to the hospitals on reducing the cost and maintaining the same flow, seamless flow of material across the various departments and utilization across the hospitals, which in turn increase their volume and they can go back to their suppliers for getting the good margins, good reduction in the cost over there. And third is availability, like partnership. Doing the planning, like my friends are saying over there, if we can use a software which give us the real-time situations of our stocks in the various stores and sub-stores in the hospitals, how many stocks are lying in the manufacturers, if we can link our ERP with the transportation system so we can know what the stocks are arriving in our hospital at what time, and then we can do the planning. That like just a type of JIT, just in time or just in case concept over there. So for all this, we required a strong mechanism, strong follow-up with our suppliers, and a strong network of ERP solutions for the hospital. So now it's a time we take the questions from the audience. If any questions audience have.
So, do we have any questions? I believe no. So now we are taking a coffee break of few minutes, and you are requested to join us back here at 12:15, and that's when we will be resuming the session. And yes, have a good session. Make sure you get a lot of business cards. You have a good networking session. You talk, you exchange your talks, you exchange your business effects. So yes, looking forward to catch up with you again at 12:15. Thank you. Have a lovely time.
Thank
ahead.
you, Ji. Thank you.
Thank you to our panelists. Thank you to our experts for sharing their expertise with us. And yes, now it is time for a group photo session too. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. After this picture perfect moment, yes, again, I request you all to join us for the coffee break. Thank you. And with that, let us take you towards the next panel discussion, where the topic is going to be finding the right balance between profitability, social responsibility, and clinical care in private hospitals. And for this particular session, Dr. P.N. Kakkad is going to be our moderator. He is CEO, Park Group of Hospitals. Can we please request you all to kindly join me in welcoming him on the stage, ladies and gentlemen. Let's put our hands together. And yes, with that, very warm welcome to you, sir, on the stage. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to call upon the panelist. So CTR Navneet Bali is going to be our panelist for this particular session. He is Chief Executive Officer, and yes, he is from Clear Medi HealthCare. And can we please request him to kindly join us on the stage? And yes, ladies and gentlemen, with your cooperation, we would like to welcome him on the stage. Thank you, sir. Thank you very, very much. And with that, now, I would like to call Dr. Sonia Lal Gupta up on the stage. She is Joint Managing Director, Metro Group of Hospitals. Ma'am, we request you to kindly join us on the stage. And ladies and gentlemen, can we please put our hands together? With that, I would like to request Dr. Sanjeev Singh, sir, to kindly join us on the stage. He is Medical Director, AIMS Hospital. So we request you as well to kindly join us on the stage. Dr. Sameer Singh is also going to join us in some minutes. Actually, he met an accident, which is why he's taking some time to join us over here. And for now, we are going to begin this particular panel discussion. I request our moderator, Dr. Kakkad, sir, to kindly start with the session. Sir, I'm going to hand over the mic.
All right. A very good afternoon to you all, and a very warm welcome to my panelists, Commodore Bali and Dr. Sonia. Well, we have been on different panels before, And it's always a pleasure to meet you all. I think before I begin and before I take you to the topic, I perhaps also need to draw a balance both between the panelists and the audience. This kind of audience doesn't get the best out of me. Let me tell you this. I need to have more audience. My panelists, one is missing. I have to make that statement because it is the job of the organizers to get you in and to ensure that it is there. It has taken me 1 hour 45 minutes to reach from Gurgaon to this place. One panelist not there and the other one unfortunately has met with an accident. Anyhow, ultimately the goal in life is to draw out a balance between everything. And that's what exactly is the topic. Finding the right balance between profitability and clinical care in private hospitals. Now let me brief you on this, and I will refer it to one of the videos which I was seeing last evening, so I thought let me quote this. This based on the income tax or the budget announcement. So one of the taxpayer, as he has understood the tax paying structure, he said a salaried person in India actually does charity to the government. This is a statement he has given because there is an imbalance. He says a salaried person rarely sees his children going to government school, rarely uses private institution for treatment when it actually really needs it. So he feels that the tax is paid as charity to government. Now similarly in hospitals, when we get our patients, especially those who pay cash, they feel that hospitals are indulging in profitability and they are overcharging. Whereas the hospital administrators all through struggle to give the best quality to their patients. So there is an imbalance, and the talk that we are going to do, or the panel discussion we are going to do, how exactly do you bring that balance between delivering quality and what exactly is profitability as felt by the people. And you know, the various obstacles come in one's life. So I'll start my discussion first with Commodore Bali. And my question to you is that every hospital has a vision and mission. However, at the end of the day, profitability has to be there for the survival of the institution. How do you ensure the balance between quality delivered and profitability based on your vision and mission model? And how exactly do you define profitability? So these are the few things I will like you to elaborate for the benefit of the audience. Commodore Bali, please.
Morning, everyone, and it's always a pleasure sitting on your right-hand side, actually. Today I'm sitting on your left, but I hope I remain on your right-hand side always. And thank you so much, the organizers, for having us on the stage today. And truly speaking, this is an outstanding topic, and I think it concerns every one of us sitting here, every one of us. Let's talk about profitability first. Why is it required? Why should a hospital be profitable? And why has it become such a bad word in the society when we talk that hospital is profitable? And what is the right profit? What is less profit? What is more profit? I'm just going to put some numbers in front of you so you'll understand it easily. Let's say that all of you sitting here had a product that you manufactured yourself and it cost you 100 rupees, and now you wanted to sell it to somebody. If I ask every one of you, would you sell it for 105 rupees, 110 rupees, 120 rupees, 150 rupees, 200 rupees? Every one of you sitting here will have a different answer for sure. Some of you, it's good to earn 5 rupees. Some of you, it's good to earn 10 rupees. For some of you, it will be good to earn 50 rupees. But in hospitals, the profitability, of course, comes after you paid off your employees, you paid off for your consumption, that is your drugs, consumables and implants, and you paid off your overheads. What is left is called the EBITDA, or which is called the operational profit. If you go over the government sites which give you the profitability of listed companies, the listed hospitals, you find that they profitably raises between 12% to 24, 28%. It's very, very critical and crucial for a healthcare institution to at least make 18% profit, at least, to be able to sustain their operations on a long term. And why do you require 18% at least? Because every 6 to 7 years you have to change your machinery. You need to give appraisals to your employees. You have to employ the best people in your organization. So unless you are so efficiently run that you make at least 18% EBITDA, as a healthcare institution, you're going to fail sooner or later. Imagine that to that 100 rupees that you had, you also had taken a loan. So you're going to pay the installment for the loan. So after you made this 18 rupees profit, and many of the hospitals, chains and single-owned hospitals and hospitals which are starting also have a loan on them, so they pay that off also. So what is left down below is an extremely, extremely small amount of money for them to keep that hospital operational and to make sure that you have your technology which is good, you make sure that your machines are changed every 7 years. Sir asked about quality. Please remember, there are certain things which money have to buy. There are certain things that you have to invest for you to be at that level when you're able to take care of patients, especially when you're dealing at quaternary care or tertiary care level. And if you don't have money in your pockets, you're anyway going to fall flat. So your hospitals, let us say, are making an 18% EBITDA. And how do your hospitals make profit? Please remember, there are certain patients which are cash paying, as he rightly said, and there are certain patients which are free patients. In Delhi, for example, you have an EWS scheme, and about 10% of patients you are supposed to treat free of cost. Then there are panel patients, there are Ayushman Bharat patients, which pay you much less for the same treatment that you get. Healthcare runs on a model of cross-subsidy. And what is the meaning of cross-subsidy? By cross-subsidy, I mean that there are certain patients who pay you more, and then you're able to utilize the funds. For example, for a cash patient, your EBITDA may not be 18%, it could be 25, 30, 35%. You're earning slightly more there, but you're using that money to give treatment to that poor patient. The cross-subsidy also comes in healthcare when you're using margins on your pharmacy, when you're trying to be a little bit more efficient in your hospitals. So healthcare works on cross-subsidy. In healthcare, you need at least some amount of profitability to run the hospital. In healthcare, if you think that you're not operating very efficiently, sooner or later you're going to get into a trap. And the way Indian healthcare is now going, you understand that many, many people are going to be covered by these Ayushman Bharat-like schemes in the future. You're going to have more and more penetration of panel patients. So there'll be very, very few people, maybe ultra-rich or very, very rich, who are going to pay cash, and most of Indians, maybe another 10 years or so, will be covered in these schemes. So until and unless you are superbly efficient hospitals, still making at least 18 to 20% EBITDA, which the society thinks, every one of us, that hospitals are fleecing you, you're not going to be very successful. So to answer your question, every hospital has a mission and vision which is quite similar, to give a quality care to people across. And to give that quality care, I need to spend money. I need to spend money in technology. I need to spend money in replacing the machines. I need to spend money in paying my employees. And unless I make a profit, which seems to be a dirty word, but it is not so, I'm not going to be a successful hospital. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commander Bali, for a wonderful reply. I still ask you one more question on this. You talked about EBITDA 18, and let me share with you and with the audience, I didn't know what EBITDA is till 2003 when I joined Max. We had prepared a business proposal for Max Saket, let me also share that. And the EBITDA shown by us was 13%. And when we presented it to our chairman and the finance person, a lot of exercise, a lot of work was done. He saw it. And he said, my dear, the project doesn't fly with this EBITDA. Now, Commander Bali has told you 18 to 20%. Having said that, today we have Ayushman. When any project is built and a foundation is laid, even if we have gone with 18 and 20% EBITDA, and we call profitability as a bad word, my question to you is Ayushman project or some panel patients are going to affect what you had actually planned as the journey goes on?
Yeah, so this is a very good question because we are traveling on that path where many of the patients are going to be covered in Ayushman Bharat scheme in different ways. For example, you must have heard that all Indians above 70 years, there was a proposal, not in the budget unfortunately, but yes, there's a proposal. So many more Indians likely to come under. It's a very good thing to happen for the general population. But please remember, the way you are going to run, let us say 100% Ayushman Bharat hospital, and the way you run a hospital which is, for example, 20% Ayushman Bharat, 80% others, the way you're going to run a 50% hospital are all different. In a pure Ayushman Bharat hospital, which I have run in my earlier stint in Narayana Health in Katra, because Jammu Kashmir has a universal health coverage, so even if you have a Mercedes, you come and get admitted as an Ayushman Bharat patient. And similarly for Rajasthan and many such states. So in NH Katra, when we started this hospital, it was 100% Ayushman Bharat. So again, the same thing happens. The Ayushman Bharat wards were created separately because in the Ayushman Bharat MOU, it tells you what kind of services you need to offer. So you don't have to have an ultra luxurious rooms. You don't have to have air conditioning at that category. You don't have to have food which is lavish. You have to look at your costs when you're serving Ayushman Bharat patients. And also one very interesting thing I will tell all of you today. So we created a separate Ayushman Bharat wards. Although you can always remember that the clinical care remains same whether you're Ayushman Bharat patient or you're a cash patient or you're an international patient, because doctor does not discriminate on the operation table whether you're Ayushman Bharat patient or what patient are you. So when we did this exercise of creating separate Ayushman Bharat wards, the nursing was same, but the housekeeping was slightly depleted. The food was hygienic, but not ultra luxurious and things like that, which all of you can understand. And when many of these people in Mercedes wanted to come and, with the Ayushman Bharat card, and we told them you'll have to stay in a general ward, because Ayushman Bharat is a general ward, we saw that many of them then wanted to get admitted in normal wards. So I think administratively, extremely efficient operations are the only way you will be able to be successful in especially hospitals which are purely Ayushman Bharat. Also, in your P&L, when you look at it, just take 2 minutes on your 18% EBITDA. Let us say you are at 100% revenue or a top line. Your manpower cost is approximately 34%, for example. Your overheads are at 18%, and your consumption in a multi-specialty hospital is close to 30-32%. So then you land up at 18% EBITDA, approximately. So please remember these 3 cost buckets that you have to be extremely frugal as far as an Ayushman Bharat is concerned. So you'll have to cut down on overheads. And what are overheads? Overheads are your housekeeping, your electricity, your AMC, CMCs. You have to cut down on consumption. That means the type of drugs that you use. I cannot be extremely, your doctors have to be on board. And so you cut down on this consumption from 30%, let us say, down to 200, 300 basis points to 27%, 26%. And then the manpower cost, where you're taking star doctors and paying them extremely high, which they really deserve, but you really need to look at having good doctors, but where the salaries are under control. So you control all 3 cost buckets, still land up at around 18% EBITDA, because anyway, an Ayushman Bharat patient also has to be serviced. And in my viewpoint, hospitals which will run very efficiently, with hospitals which at least have some number of cash patients, some number of insurance patients, some number of corporates, PSU patients, and also Ayushman Bharat patients, because then again you're cross-subsidizing from these patients to help the Ayushman Bharat patients.
Thank you very much. You have threaded out each and every aspect on this, and I want to ask you more questions on that, but I think I need to proceed to next. And my next question is to Dr. Sonia. Healthcare landscape is ever evolving. We all know it. Evolution of Ayushman also is one such aspect. Now, traditional approach has been to give a positive profit and loss balance sheet and to boost revenue has been by cost cutting. Some of these things Commodore Bali was just talking. Today there is a paradigm shift in strategy. It is the patient's experience in the hospital that matters the most. If your patient is happy, you perhaps can earn your EBITDA, and if your patient is not happy, you will be sitting on the desk talking of cost cutting and all that. Is that the right methodology? Is that the right path? What are your comments on this?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having us. Always such a pleasure. And I have to say, Commander Wali, the way you've explained, hats off. I think this was like literally like a master class you just had of how hospitals, function and how it's not easy, to sustain a hospital. I think the reputation hospitals get is, people assume it's automatic, but it isn't. But yes, as we evolve, hospitals are also evolving. We do have to optimize our operations, and when Commander Bali said, that you have to go cut costs at certain points, so basically those are the fringes, right? You go to a 5-star hotel, you'll get the fanciest of the fanciest things, but maybe if you go to a 3-star or a 2-star, those fancy big chandeliers may not be there, but you'll still get a very comfortable room. Everything will be the same. So nowadays, what is really important, I think patient experience has actually come on top. And I think it has always been one of the most important things. I think profit and loss follow, but the most important thing is giving that patient experience. And what is patient experience? It's just not the fancy fringes of having the most luxurious room. No, it is about giving them the best clinical quality care, where you have the best doctors, where nurses are taking care of you well, the paramedical staff is well trained, the operations are well managed in terms of providing all the basic necessities that are needed. And I think most important, I personally believe, is teaching your staff empathy. Because a lot of empathy when we take care of our patients goes long ways. The number of studies that have been done in terms of how patients respond to if you're empathetic to them, in terms of even getting better, the recovery rates are better, they feel happier. Automatically, if your patient is happy, word of mouth plays wonders when you go out. If you've had a good experience, you will go and tell, oh, please go to that doctor, go to that hospital, I've had a great experience. So automatically, your patients will come back to you. It helps retaining patients. So I believe that patient experience is extremely important nowadays. And I think now people are almost spoiled for choices. As if you look 20 years back to what has happened now, the number of hospitals coming up, the number of facilities that are coming up, sometimes I almost feel, if I'm being extremely honest, that it's almost like we're focusing more on the fanciness of the hospital, on the infrastructure part, more than actually what is the quality of care that is happening and how the patients are being treated. So patient experience is always going to be most important. And that is why AIIMS still has the best doctors when we talk about the diagnosis, right? Everybody knows that is but it's not fancy by any means. But people still go there, they rush for appointments. Why is that? Because there's no replacement when it comes to the right diagnosis, good clinicians and the right care. So I think that is the most important thing as a hospital. Profitability will follow, but yes, I completely agree with Commander Bali that you cannot then spend. The patient also has to understand that you are not going to maybe get every fringe under the sun that you're looking for if you're not paying for that. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer, and it almost kills my next question. My next question was again, patient's experience driving the financial force. Also bringing in loyalty towards the institution as well as the consultants. Also it helps in brand building. That is what it is said. Now having said that, do you think patients of all categories with different demands, that means your cash TPA patient, your panel patient and Ayushman patient, Do all these patients go with the same experience? And if yes, is it at any stage being analyzed?
No, I think absolutely. See, first and foremost is treating the patient. So the clinical expertise, that is absolutely the same. You're getting the same doctor, you're getting the same treatment, you're getting everything the same. So what is the difference when we say medications may not be the same? Probably generics might be used for the Ayushman patient, which are not bad. Generics are actually excellent medications. In contrast to maybe a very big pharma company drug, which has done the initial research, so that's why they can charge a little bit more. There's a lot that goes into the pricing also. It's not just automatic. But when it comes to maybe in terms of diet, you're still going to get good food. It's still going to be healthy. It's going to be nutritious. But maybe that cash patient might get a bowl of chia seeds with it. The point is they might have that little benefit in terms of that. But that basic experience of coming to a hospital, getting the right treatment, getting the right care, getting good nursing, getting good doctors, having good staff, and getting that basic, that will always be the same. There's never any differentiation. And as doctors, I think it is in our core. We are taught that way. And I think we never consciously ever, and I think being doctors ourselves, I'm a neurologist myself, so I think we don't even know how that works or how you can differentiate in terms of for profitability. And maybe that's a weakness in a way, but when it comes to patient care, that's always of the most important thing. Everything else is secondary, and that's what Metro group of hospitals has been built on by Dr. Lal as well. So yeah, so completely.
All right, I'll accept that answer, but then I'm stimulated to ask another
question.
Sure,
absolutely, sir.
If you all have read the press, I am right now coming from Gurgaon. So that means I'm coming from Haryana. All right? There's a huge protest. I do not know, are there some doctors in the audience? Can anybody raise hand? Doctors, perhaps not. So let me put it that way. There's a huge protest by IMA Haryana, especially for Ayushman patients. And in entire Haryana, in government institutions, doctors are on strike. So I'm slightly diverting from this. So as doctors, we say that, but do we really practice it? End of the day, EBITDA is what matters. Let me not use the word profitability. So how do we really manage for Ayushman patients?
So I think the reason people protest is because quality healthcare comes at a cost. If we are going to be treating our patients, we have to buy the medications, we have to have the right staff, we have to have the right up-to-date OTs. We want everything because our patient is the same to us, but that comes at a cost. If you're not getting the same return and you're not having your margins, that's where the government needs to step in. Then give us subsidies when it comes to maybe medications. Give us subsidies when it comes to buying equipment. Give us subsidies when it comes to building our hospitals so we can provide that care. You know, it's unfortunate when any other profession, I'm just saying, even when we print a piece of paper, people will pay 10 times the cost for that, and nobody will look at the margins over there. But when it comes to healthcare, nobody realizes the number of people we employ. Nobody realizes how many salaries are being paid. Nobody realizes how the functionality is going on. If you're going to buy a poor quality product and it breaks, who is going to suffer? Eventually it's the patient. So you have to buy that high quality product, and everything comes at a price. So I think the strike is not a bad thing in a way, because I think it's important for the government to realize that if Ayushman is going to penetrate India eventually, and we know it is, and eventually everybody is going to be under that, then they will have to ensure that they give the hospitals those subsidies so we can maintain a quality of care. Because if we will continue paying more and more, we will not have the margins, we will not be able to sustain. Eventually what will happen? Hospitals will start closing down. Eventually people will not have enough people to treat. And who's going to be the end sufferer? At the end, it's still going to be the patients itself. So I think it's important that people realize that when it comes to healthcare, we are serving people, but we need to at the same time run institutions, because we're also providing jobs, we're also maintaining that quality of care, so that the prices that the government is paying us have to be at least manageable or optimum that we can function. If we cannot, then of course strikes will happen.
I agree with you. Let's move on because it's an endless discussion itself. Commander Bali, I'm going to put this question to you. I will change it a bit. We know that, at least I know this, that NHS in England is probably not doing as well as it should be doing it. We in India are going ahead with Ayushman. This is a scheme by the Prime Minister of the country, and it is bound to succeed, bound to happen, and it is going to cover more and more people. We were expecting people above 70 will be announced. That has not been announced. Having said that, forward-thinking hospitals, they are using innovative strategies like smart marketing. So is it not the right time for us to do smart marketing and increase our clientage and reputation and be more competitive to cover up our EBITDA margin, as we said, 18%, and yet enjoy the Ayushman as well?
Many years ago, when Ayushman Bharat scheme was just being introduced, and in one of the panel discussions, I said that we are extremely badly run institutions as far as healthcare is concerned. Operational efficiencies are not good enough. We spend far too much money in many things which bring your margins and profitability down. I will go one step ahead of what you asked, sir, about marketing. I think as we move into this regime of more and more patients getting covered by panels and things like that, the entire administration of a hospital has to change. We will no longer have massive, hugely bloated up admin costs in hospitals, because if you're going to do that, you're going to end up, as you rightly said, that you're not going to be able to make that 18% EBITDA, etc. So if you are looking at running profitable hospitals in the future, you will have to look at your operations very microscopically. You will have to make your costs optimal, and I'm not saying cutting costs at all. I'm saying make them optimal, because unless you're going to make your operations highly efficient, you're going to have lean administration, which includes marketing and other people. You're going to have massively invested into bringing the cost of material down. If you're going to be very efficient as far as overheads are concerned, you are going to be stuck into a very difficult situation. After joining ClearMedi, because we do this thing of running hospitals all across the country, there are at least 50 hospitals today who are talking to me, or maybe more, where they started with great amount of enthusiasm, but are finding them difficult because of cash flow issues. So cash becomes the king, and unless you have cash available to do whatever you need to do, many of them took loans, find it difficult to process them or to service them, end up into very large deficits as the cash is concerned. So unless, EBITDA is a notional figure in your Excel sheet, but if you do not have enough cash with you, you're going to land up in trouble. And that's what we are finding now across the country. Doctor-run hospitals will started with a very large amount of goodwill, wanted to do a lot of good, but are struggling to meet their ends because of the cash issue. So to answer your question, every part of the hospital operations will have to become super efficient if we are going to be sustainable in the future.
Wonderful. That's wonderful, I think. Is this working? Sorry. Yeah, that's a very good answer, and that's what I expected, because as Dr. Sonia made a comment, quality comes at a cost. You cannot deliver quality without having cash with you. You have a cash crunch, you will always have situations. So my question now goes to Dr. Sonia. And this is related to the same. Hospitals often face resource constraints with limited staff funds and time to enhance patients' experience. We all want to give a wow experience to our patients. We have our own constraints which neither the patients know, nor the vendors know, or nor all those who are internal or external customers of the institution really understand. Now, these constraints at times become challenging. Each one of us would have faced a challenge. And I have addressed it this way. Would you be happy to elaborate any such situation and how did you manage it, even if it is something related in particular to the institution? So that's why I've said that. So your call.
So I think, as Commander Bali put it, operational efficiency is key. And yes, I think finding the right resources when it comes to... Please come. Please. Hope you're okay. Yeah.
Hi, welcome.
Yeah.
I hope you're all right. Yeah, this is what happens. Now, this is the operational efficiency a doctor does. This is the extent to which the doctors go to make sure that the institutions do well. Here is our gentleman who met with an accident reaching here, perhaps would have bled or perhaps would have spoiled his shirt. He went and bought a new shirt. He's come with that and he's here.
Big round of applause,
so give him a big applause. So, yes, so this is what exactly, these are the challenges we are discussing. So warm welcome and I'm happy to see you. So I'll soon give you a question. You just get adjusted. So Dr. Sonia, please.
So I think one example which everybody has gone through was during COVID, which was, I think, which is the perfect example of your question, right? Too many patients, limited resources when it comes to staff, taking care of them, how do you manage it, right? So of course, triaging the patients, making sure which are the critical ones, making sure how that patient care is taken in terms of that. Then another skill set sometimes you have to do is actually cross-training your staff as well, where sometimes you have to train your staff to play multiple roles. Especially in this, the pandemic was a different situation altogether, but it is usually those kind of situations where this is required more. Or maybe in smaller tier 3, tier 4 cities, if you have hospitals over there, at times you may not be able to find every single staff as trained as what you would find like in a bigger city. So I think in those setups, again, you sometimes have to cross-train them. But continuously training your people, making sure that you're efficient in terms of operations, which has already been so well explained. All these things play a big role. I feel telemedicine in this way has been a very big boon personally. Because what did telemedicine do? It helped increase accessibility to healthcare. So if a patient is sitting all the way in Bihar and they're coming for something that can be managed first through an OPD consultation, that can be done. And then the doctor at that time can decide whether that patient needs to take that 24-hour journey all the way to Delhi to get treated in person. So in terms of the patient load, that also gets managed. Before, these patients would come and we would get them all the time. They would come 24 hours for one half an hour appointment, get their medications and go back. So I think telemedicine has been a boon in also helping hospitals at this level. I will say though, not everybody is maybe employing it the way they should, and there's still a lot of a negativity around telemedicine. What people need to understand that it is not a replacement in any way, but it's an add-on. It's an add-on facility that hospitals can provide in terms of taking care of patients. And eventually then it comes down to, again, operational efficiency, training your staff, ensuring each and everything is handled in the best way possible so you can still provide the best care without having your patients suffer in any way, and still ensure that the hospital is functioning and is sustainable.
All right, thank you. I think telemedicine you talked about, it did and it does have a wonderful role today, and it does have a huge future in India, at least across the world, I'll say. During COVID pandemic, telemedicine actually really blossomed. I personally remember, and few patients who came to thank me recently. Let me share with you something personal. I used to speak to all my patients who were in COVID ward during COVID pandemic in the evening during my evening walk on video. It was my daily affair. So about 3 months back, one lady wanted to meet me and I really didn't know why. So my secretary stopped that lady, and then in the third message I said, let her come in, what exactly she wants. So she made my day. I remember it was a Saturday evening and she came and told me, she said, Dr. Kakkar, you are in my prayers every day. You were the one who used to talk to me daily. And of course I won't recognize her, but she said, you won't know me, but I know you. And that day she made me realize that how positive effect a patient gets when you talk to them and when you're compassionate with them. She said, I didn't know whether I will come out of the COVID ward and go out, but I always used to pray for you and one of the physicians who was looking after her, saying that these two have given me another life. Whereas that's exactly not the fact vis-a-vis of me. But I think my compassion and some empathy for the patient helped her. Anyhow, moving forward, Sameer, now I'm going to ask you, we have been discussing it. It is generally felt that the hospital's profitability does not solely depend on clinical excellence and operational efficiency. So clinical excellence has to be there, operational efficiency, just now both the panelists said that that's a very, very important component to balance your EBITDA. Now there are a few other factors and I want you to elaborate. Do you think there are any other factors which drive the profitability of a hospital, apart from what we talked about, that is clinical efficiency and operational efficiency? And we are, just to give you a hint as to what exactly I'm expecting from you, we are talking about telemedicine. Right. So, your answer, please.
So thank you for the question, and I think thank you for your patience. So, I come from CK Birla Group of Hospitals, yeah. And a very unique, I think Rashmi would have spoken some time back. I've not been able to hear her on this. So you may call it as an operational efficiency, but what we have started doing here is we have explored taking out the middleman, say for a pharmaceutical giant who actually gets their productions done of their medicines from a recognized good vendor, and we directly sort of liaison with them. The cost differential would have been to the effect that the vendor sells it for 300, the MRP is for 5,800. Now this is how I would balance my CSR, also retaining my margins. So I may not be that giant to buy something at 300 from them. So I may procure it at 3,000, 1,000, still sell it for 3,000, retain my margin profitability or whatever 2 I used to earn earlier. But at the same time, that 2,000 benefit which I've gained from that negotiation or that tie-up, it is being passed on to the patient, especially if it is packages and things like this. So that's something which I thought I should elaborate. Another thing, since you mentioned about telemedicine, of course, yes, if you look at states like Punjab, where the government has actually made up a telemedicine model available on their apps to every patient through to the smallest, it's not even a primary health center. It's actually an urban wellness center. You go to an outers of a big city, there are time slots fixed in. Now those time slots are also not fixed in, so a patient could directly connect to a consultant sitting out in a super specialist consultant sitting out in a medical college, get their consultation done. We are also exploring the same model in Rajasthan, Jaipur with one of our hospitals, where we connect to Nandghars and start giving these pediatrics and obs and gynae consultation through telemedicine. On fixed slots, because we have SRs covering them anyways by 24/7. So I think yes, telemedicine probably would save that money for the patient. Of course, it has to be backed by very strict clinical protocols. What kind of patients could you take in to engage in that telemedicine? Sometimes and what kind of legal I think safeguarding that needs to work around. So during COVID, we were developing, along with a lot of people in the industry, an app called as Swasth, which was a telemedicine app. That is where we developed these guidelines. I was fortunate to be a part of the 15-team core member. And later on, we submitted that app to the Honorable Prime Minister of India. And then they gave it to the National Health Authority. And I think that's how they're being launched. So I think telemedicine, I completely agree. tele-prescription. So it's not just telemedicine. So now in that Punjab state app, which I actually evaluated, you get a prescription done, sent to you in your native language, what is the frequency of medicine, when do you wish to take it, and it goes to their dispensary also. So by the time the patient reaches there, you already have your pack ready. So this is a mix of, I think, clinical know-how, operational efficiency, backed by IT technology, and I think the government willpower to execute it. So we are almost, on the right path.
You seem to be a propagator of Mahalla clinics. Am I right?
Not here in this one. This I spoke about Punjab and Jalandhar.
That's what exactly. Punjab is following the Delhi model. It's the AAP party.
I have not been
I'm sure you do not have any political alliance with AAP.
Absolutely.
Okay, so that's fine. Now, moving forward, I'll ask Commander Bali. Based on this, now you talked about in Punjab what's happening, tools like personalized digital engagement. This is like an app. Every patient is being given an app. Telemedicine, real-time communication platforms. That is your, chat model. And artificial intelligence. They're all supposed to enhance profitability through better patient satisfaction. So all those who are busy, constructing hospitals and all that should think about this, and you will get some appropriate answer here. Now, have you indulged in using any of the tools mentioned? If yes, we'd like you to share your experience and the benefits of the same, both for the panelists as well as for the audience. Commodore Bali, please.
Yeah, so I'll talk about my last organization, Narayana Health, because ClearMedi is a small organization still evolving. In NH, there were two apps, since you spoke specifically about digital healthcare. One was for the doctors and second one for the patients. Narayana Health had an app for doctors which was called the Adi app. And this was an app which was on their mobiles. So for example, Dr. Shetty used to tell me that he wakes up at 4 a.m. in the morning. And the first thing he does, he takes a rounds of the hospital, on his app. And that app was absolutely amazing because everything about the patient, including clinical notes, including pictures, including radiology images, including pharmaceutical details, including talking to the attendants, could be done through the app. And using AI, that app also gave a score of the probability of the patient slipping into a more dangerous condition. And so at 4 a.m. in the morning, he could do that. So that was one part of the story. The other part of the story was the HealthCare app, which many good hospital chains usually have. It could be Apollo app, it could be Fortis, it could be Metro and things like that. But it is important that how that HealthCare app actually would help the patients. If it is an all-inclusive app where the patients can do everything on it, that means they can book an appointment, they can pay their bill, they can get their images. It's a long-term, longitudinal record of their health, and they have a control of it, and which is very, very digitally secure, then it makes a lot of sense. Please remember one very important thing for all of us, that actually a patient does not care how these apps have been built, what is the technology behind it, what is, what kind of, AI, etc. we are using. It's important for the patient to remember what usefulness is of that app. The second important thing is, I would also want, because all of us are, would visit hospitals sometimes, or God forbid that happens, but yes, sometimes it does. We would be more happier if the costs of all these things are not passed on to the patients in that much proportion. So that cost of technology getting passed on to the patients and increasing cost of clinical care every year on year or every time you have a new technological advance is a big, important factor. So I think having taken all those into consideration, these are one of those fringe things that you said, which are enhancing the patient, experience. They're making things more important for a patient to be able to do at home, which he or she doesn't have to come to the hospital. One thing to remember, as I always say, the time spent by the patient in hospital, the important time is the only time he or she is sitting in front of the doctor for a consult, undergoing a procedure, undergoing a diagnostic, everything else is a wastage of the time, because waiting is wastage of time, waiting for a report is wastage of time. If all those things we are able to do through an app or through a technology where the patient doesn't have to waste any time at all, you become that much super efficient. It is then possible that you're able to then look at the costs used to build the technology and not pass it on to the patient, but having made your system so efficient that you're still able to earn a little bit more margin there.
Yes, I totally agree with you on this, because my personal experience is, moment a patient sees, what is that called as a palm top in your hand, and he knows that this doctor is communicating with me through an app, they get some enhanced satisfaction that perhaps they are at the right place with right people, and the communication which they are able to get with you, by evening they see their own investigation results and their questions, they can chat with you, whether it's radiology or lab, and they can communicate for appointment of various other things. It gives an enhanced experience to the patient and certainly enhances the reputation and branding of the institution, and ultimately it leads on to profitability. So that is what we feel, that these things are helping. Now my next question is to Dr. Sonia. How has the corporate social responsibility helped you in your goal of achieving a balance between good clinical care and profitability? And what are the long-term benefits you see with CSR activities in your institution?
So, sir, we all, I think, participate in CSR activities, even at Metro, in terms of doing free medical camps, doing educational initiatives, conducting clinics, OPDs, in terms of in areas where, the patients don't get the accessibility to healthcare. They all are part of the CSR initiatives that we do. And that definitely helps in a couple of things. One thing is, obviously when you're doing these free health free health medical camps. I'll give an example, right? Let's say somebody comes just for getting their blood pressure checked. Now, randomly, they might have a high blood pressure. They've never checked it. They didn't find the need. Now, suddenly, when they checked it, their blood pressure is 170 by 100. So that could be a case of diagnosing hypertension. So preventively, now you've caught that hypertension, they would be started on medications instead of maybe getting a heart attack or a stroke at some point because they went underdiagnosed, which we all see at all times. Genetically, we are so attuned to getting cardiovascular disease. So I think CSR initiatives like these, which all hospitals are already doing, and Metro does it as well, help. I think profitability comes secondary, but it helps raise awareness about health disease. It helps, if there are patients that need treatment, it brings awareness to them to come to the hospital in time, so they are diagnosed in time. And it also, of course, helps in the brand value of the organization when you do these kind of initiatives. So I think it's great that hospitals do it. It's good to do it because we do want to give back to the society in some form or the other. And at least through these initiatives, that opportunity is given. Not that hospitals don't take care. I think there are a lot of things hospitals do in terms of treating patients and providing care, subsidized care, free care in multiple sort of ways. And this is just one part of it. But through these initiatives, definitely, we get to.
I agree with you on this again, because CSR, it might be compulsory for us, but it gives a player an honor to do it. You help your own human beings in discovering things which they will otherwise not discover. Perhaps they will come in a more complicated situation, what they are here, in this case, discovered much earlier. We all give free medications, we all do free camps, and I will also suggest an idea which we are practicing. Every child in our institution is given a toy.
We do that.
So I'll propose this because I enjoy it. I sometimes see two children are adjoining beds playing Ludo in the afternoon. So it's a very enjoyable sight, and you really feel good about it, and you feel gratified about it. My own chairman, he indulges in selecting about 10 to 20 students every year whose education is financed by him. That's the philanthropic approach, and I really love it and enjoy it.
No, absolutely.
So I thought I'll suggest it to you.
No, at Metro, I think the number of students that Mrs. Lal, our director, sponsors, I think she's probably sponsored more than 500 students already. It's a different, I think that philanthropy, and I'll tell you, philanthropy is it gives so much when you give back in whatever form you can. I think it's such an amazing feeling, and I think bringing that happiness to, in whatever form we can, really goes a long way.
It's good to hear. Dr. Purushottam Lal is my institution man. So I am always proud when this type of thing happens. So I am always proud of this. We are both from Amritsar Medical College. It makes a huge difference. And Dr. Samir, now I'm going to ask you this question. I find that Birla hospitals have a particular design all over. Am I right in this?
Kind of, but they are in different sizes. Something is 500 beds.
But design appears to be...
Yes.
So I really do not know. That's my feeling I'm carrying. So let me put it to you. Should the design of the hospital be so designed to suit the needs of a doctor, or should it be designed to enhance the patient's experience and ultimate profitability of the hospital?
So, sir, I think it has to be ideally the right match and mix of both. But then if I were to give my preference, it always goes down to the patient first and their experience. I would always, in my experience of past, I think 2 decades, it's, if I have to cut down a space, duty doctor's room would be the one which will probably be a bunk bedded, more, I will say, a compact, space. I think where patients have to spend more time in their rooms, waiting areas, I think diagnostics, more of places where there could be more billing so that the patient doesn't have to go walking through. It doesn't look and feel like a hospital. That's one of our USPs, more areas for them to sit in, enjoy a meal. I think that's where not just doctors, I think all these staff kind of compromises. So a patient cafeteria, which was probably half the numbers of actual staff working there, would always be larger in size for the look and feel and to avoid claustrophobia. Even other clinical spaces, I think where you cannot compromise is what is the minimum requirement, say maybe a particular standard guideline to operate upon. How we work smartly is everybody stays a modular OT. But what we have started working around is a 100 SSOT, which is the requirements are same, but it gives me another, it saves me about 50 square feet of space per operation theater. So typical 500 square feet OT, I'm able to take out another operation theater and say 40 square feet just by turning a doctor's lounge into another additional operation theater. So that we have done now, and we've been trying to now break the typical standard format of a modular OT where you have to have a lot of space in between 2 walls. I think if you keep upgrading your technical know-how, I think you'll find the balance.
All right, while I agree it has to be a mix of all, but first of all, it has to be the patient's war experience. Now, since you have raised this, saving 50 square feet on operation theater, I am a senior anesthesiologist. So I really wonder what exactly do you benefit by saving that 50 square feet. Tomorrow you have to put in a Da Vinci in your OT. What are you going to do?
We have placed the Da Vinci in the same 450.
You already placed in a 500 square feet or 450?
Absolutely. 470.
470. All right.
And we created another one of 430 where we are doing just laparoscopies and stuff.
All right. So that's a real corporate style.
Absolutely.
Trying to gain every inch.
And we were the fastest ones to cross the 100.
It is EBITDA. It is ultimately EBITDA. That's what it really amounts to.
Doctors are happy. Yes. My doctors are happy. Patients are happy.
To my last question, I'll give it to Commodore Bali. In your opinion, how does the leadership development program, an employee satisfaction program, help you in drawing the right balance between profitability and clinical care?
Everything, and I mean it, everything revolves around leadership. And if you do not have a strong, empathetic, caring leadership, especially healthcare leaders which have that special compassion in their hearts, you're not going to be able to build great institutions. Institutions which had leaders of questionable repute and integrity would sooner or later go into turmoil and turbulation. So I think, to answer your question in short and sweet, extremely important to have good leaders, extremely good to have your employees who are dedicated to the cause of your organization, and that cause should be very, very clearly embedded into the heart of every employee in healthcare specifically, that patient is really, really the God. And of course, healthcare is delivered through your doctors and nurses, but everything that your institution does is that the patient is sent home quickly, paying less amount of money, in less amount of pain, and the patient goes back to their family and friends as fast as possible, going through a least amount of trauma. And if that is there inside your top leadership, it percolates down to every last man and woman standing in your organization. I think those are the great organizations that will build in the country.
Thank you very much, and I totally agree with your answer. We do have examples of what you said in town without elaborating beyond this. And I am very, very thankful to all my three panelists for a wonderful discussion. The importance of leadership, as you expressed, I am in total agreement, and I also agree. Even leadership has to have an on-job training. They also need to go and upgrade themselves whenever it is required, whether it is on-site or off-site or whatever they have to do. That's what I feel, because it is always a strong leader who can lead an institution to success. You do not have a strong leader, and you do not have a satisfied leader too. That also creates a problem. So we talked about employee satisfaction. Even your leader is an employee of an organization. That is what I really say. So thank you again, Commodore Bali, Dr. Sonia, Dr. Samir. Thank you very much. And I'm sure you had some anxious moment on the way. Same I had. It took me 1 hour 45 minutes to reach. Anyhow, we enjoyed the discussion. Thank you, audience, for being a patient listener. And if you have any questions, please fire them now. One by one. Yes, please.
First of all, thank you so much. It was very, very enriching session, and a lot of information exchange from leaders like you who are, leading your specific hospitals. I had a thought in mind when I was listening to all of you, and I thought of sharing it with you and checking with you if it really helps us as a industry and fraternity. We spoke a lot about Ayushman Bharat, and we spoke about panel patients, cash patients. And one point that Dr. Sonia and Commander Bali insisted upon is about good to have and must to have between the patients of different categories. And the thought that crossed my mind was that when there is this things happening in Gurgaon where doctors are kind of talking about Ayushman Bharat, is there a scope that organizations like us, which are private organizations, really partner up with government and talk about standardizing the clinical protocols for treating a patient under Ayushman or under cash? So just to elaborate, I am saying that if a person has to go under a laparoscopic surgery, under Ayushman or under cash, this is the bare minimal clinical protocols to be followed. Obviously, we can cut down on housekeeping, we can rationalize the food menu, we can rationalize the infrastructure, but to give that comfort to the common man, partnering with the government, that even if you are under Ayushman Bharat, you are not being compromised on the clinical outcomes. Is there any such thought in the mind of the leadership of people running the business for different brands and hospitals, be it Max, Fortis, Park Group, or ClearMedi or Metro Group, is what I want to hear from you.
All right. You want me to answer that question?
I'll
give you the answer.
All of you,
I'll give you the answer.
Yeah, please.
You see, we've been talking about Ayushman, and I also told you that today in the press, what the press says. The clinical protocols do not change. We are doctors. For us, every patient is a human being. Our protocols will never change. Whatever we have to do for X, we'll do for Y. Now, where it matters is, for instance, you talked about laparoscopic surgery. A patient who has to undergo a laparoscopic surgery, for a cash and TPA patient, if you are going to use a stapler or you are going to use a gun, it costs. All right. Now that cost hospital has to recover. If the hospital fails to recover that cost, hospital will not use it. Now let me give you some practical examples. I incidentally have worked in charitable institutions. I'm an anesthesiologist and critical care person. I worked in corporate institutions. Today I'm working as the CEO of the Park Group of Hospitals. Now what exactly happens is, you cannot allow the hospital to bleed. You cannot also harm your patient, because ultimately the patient has come to your institution. If your patient is not good, you're damaging your own reputation. So the only thing that you do is, you treat that patient or you supplement the stapler. Maybe this patient goes an open surgery, maybe sutures are used, not a stapler. Many other methods are used by different institutions. A stapler gun, let's say, has got 35 staples. To the hospital, these staples cost 1,500 rupees. And then there is a cost of keeping it and re-sterilizing and all that. In a charitable institution, what a surgeon does, he gets it from a patient, uses 10 on it, and tells the nurse there, these 15 staples, keep it for my next patient. I'm giving you exactly what happens, because I know what happens in the theater. Okay, so that goes by access name, keep it for my next patient. In corporate, where your HIS system is there, moment you're taken out the gun, it costs 30,000. 30,000 is built. Fine, that is a practical situation. Now it has got 35 staples, all you used is 10. So 25, where will they go? They are accounted in this patient's account. So it is the leader, we were talking about leader. The leader of the theater, the leader of the organization, be it an anesthetist, be a medical director, he brings in this rule that we will charge per staple. I have done it. This I'm telling you, I worked in Fortis, I have done it. That this is how I am going to charge, put the cost of per staple, maintain a record. If one staple costs, say, 500 rupees, charge 700 rupees. Patient will be happy, you will be able to use it for anyone else, because you will get back your sterilization charges, and your institution also is happy. So neither is the institution bleeding, nor is the patient bleeding. So you do that. But when it comes to Ayushman case, if hospital is getting, let us say, 1 lakh for a patient, on which hospital has to spend 2 lakhs. Hospital will never spend. Let it be very clear, whatever we may talk, sitting here or sitting there, we will not do it. Generally what happens is, Ayushman patients of particular category, which come under that category that the institutions do not bleed much, are easily accepted. Others are not easily accepted, that's a fact of life. Whatever anybody may say from here or there, that includes me, I'm telling you, this is the hard fact. Protocols will never change. One has to ensure as a leader that your institutions doesn't bleed. At the same time, I have to ensure that my patient is safe, goes happy, because it is primarily my responsibility. That is what. Does that answer your question?
So absolutely. Just to subsequently add to it, I was also wanting to have your view that what you right now explained very well from a clinician standpoint.
Yeah.
Why can't this be articulated in a form of a protocol or part of Ayushman Bharat, which ensures the common man that even if you are treated under Ayushman Bharat, you are well taken care of from a clinical standpoint? Because I also have my parents at home who are more than 70, and this is a topic of discussion at every house. And people have that doubt in their mind as elder people as well, that whether we will be rightfully treated. And Dr. Sonia mentioned about it, that when we offer these services, people say, no, we want to go to cash. We don't want to stay under Ayushman. So just to ensure that clinical protocols are absolutely at par, as you assured as a clinician, that messaging should be part of the Ayushman Bharat as well. And as you rightly said, when hospitals operate, they will ensure that the best of operational or clinical efficiencies are achieved through clinical pathways or best practices. So is there a way that organizations like us partner with the government who is working on Ayushman Bharat and work upon such kind of protocol to take it in the right
I'll tell you, Niti Aayog is working on this. There are a lot of things are being said. Ayushman is there to stay. It is an evolving situation. Things are bound to improve. Now let me tell you, I talked about NHS. I was giving a lecture in London. There somebody criticized NHS very badly. A lady nurse who gave an experience, her 90-year-old mother, she walked in late in the evening. Throughout the day she was busy selling coffee outside the hospital in a van, and she told in that lecture that the Prime Minister of Britain, at that time I think it was Boris, he used to come and have coffee with her. She said, I could have told him that my mother is there, I didn't do it because I depended on NHS. But when she walked in late in the evening to see her mother, she was full of fecal matter from head to toe and she was stark naked. That was the experience we heard in NHS. I have heard it personally, I was there. Now having said that, we in India don't do that. When we say doctors, we are proud doctors across the world. Indian professionals take pride. I do take pride in my profession. We probably are the best doctors in the country and in the world. We deliver it. So our protocols, as I said, will never change. It is only the financial aspects. So Niti Aayog is there, it's the government of India, they have to sit with the right people who represent. It might be the Doctors Medical Association, it might be the institution's representatives. They will have to come to a platform. Certain things are not openly discussed, I must tell you. What I am saying is certain things are not openly discussed. But this is the fact. Time will come when every Indian citizen will get treatment through Ayushman and ways will be found, they will get the best, this I can assure you. Though I have my limited powers to give you that assurance, that is in my institution, but this is what is going to happen. Anybody else has got any questions? We might have overshot the time. Yes, please.
Thank you, sir. It is always a pleasure listening to you and the panelists. So the first question is probably in the entire conversation it comes out that Ayushman or maybe schemes like CGHS or ECHS, where the hospitals are struggling to get patients. So my query is that if you look into the population versus hospital bed ratio, we are nowhere close to as compared to other countries or maybe urban countries. Why we struggle to probably get into that competition where we are finding it difficult to fill or we need to fill those beds, take a help of marketing, and this marketing is also spent. The cost of healthcare is going up year by year. And why the cash patients are being burdened more in comparison to the panel patients. Because the panel patient probably, I guess, a lot of news were heard that the payment cycle is maybe 6 months to 8 months or 1 year. So there is a cost of finance. But for a cash patient who is paying you upfront, he is being charged more or maybe almost twice a panel patient. So what is the success formula in that? So sorry. So that is my query that how do hospitals cease to resolve this?
Anybody will take that question, please?
Thank you. Thank you for the question, sir. I speak from the experience that I commissioned in Apollo Hospital in Bhopal last year. And out of 76 hospitals of Apollo, that was the only hospital that went for Ayushman Bharat. Of course, they had a local promoter who wanted to have more footfalls and eventually get into a medical college. But then the experience between both, the patients could not believe it that the food was the same. Because of course, to cook food for just 20, 30 more patients separately was an additional cost to me. So it all came down to operational efficiencies. So they could see, yes, of course, I would upgrade my general ward patients to private wards. It was initial years. And put the Ayushman patients onto a general ward as well. So it was not to break even, but I think the vision, where they wished to land it on, it was the same catering services which was catering to my private ward patients was serving to those as well. Of course, the menu differed a bit, but not the treatment line. Of course, the medications were generic, but then they were also, it is not, generic doesn't really mean what I just mentioned, the medicine which you buy for 300, they are actually manufacturers of MCure and Cipla. And they were the first, so I would like to rephrase the word instead of generic, call them as indigenous innovators. So they're just manufactured here in India, probably having the world's best standards of quality care. So we ensured our generics are brought from those sources and the treatment line is same. And of course, we did not take the entire battery of all the Ayushman, offerings which were there. We only opted for 5 to 6, kind of, I think, services. So while I had a ex-minister and owner of a newspaper getting their dialysis done in a private chamber, and the very next bed outside the chamber was being shared by an Ayushman Bharat one. I also happened to be an NABH assessor and assessed a lot of ECHS, CGHS hospitals. And trust me, they are not those hospitals, some of them may be, yes, but they are not really those ones who are struggling to meet their ends. Some of them are also, there used to be a company called as Columbia Asia, which is now a part of the Manipal group. They were right opposite DSOI in Gurgaon, had a big army settlement around it, but for 10 years they shied away from ECHS because I think the returns were late. But it's only when they realize that now our capacities are full, now we have, we have break even, we have been making decent amount of profits. Now what do I do is I can now also slowly open up to these ones where it actually impacts my operational efficiencies. So I'll have my dialysis on a slot of 5 to 9, right? So my technician who's relatively free after 5, I'm able to get more value for money from them. I could impanel a couple of part-time consultants to also ensure, their salaries are kind of justified by extended hours of operations. So I think to cut it short, you have to find the balance between what's your vision and not necessarily that these government schemes are going to eat into your pockets.
All right, thank you. I think I'll end this discussion. The message is clinical excellence, operational efficiency, a strong leadership with a clear-cut defined role, walk the path. That is what it is. And we people got diverted to Ayushman. I didn't want that to be discussed. Thank you very much once again. Thanks a lot. Thanks the promoters too.
Thank you so much to our experts for discussing and elaborating each and everything so well. Let's take a group picture before we finally move ahead towards the next panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I request you to kindly settle down, be comfortable, and allow us to move ahead towards the next panel discussion where we are going to discuss beyond brick and mortar, exploring new models in healthcare delivery. And for this particular panel discussion, Mr. Ajay Jassal is going to be our moderator, who is Director, Business Processes and IT Center for Site. Yes, of course, I would be needing your cooperation, and let us welcome him on the stage, ladies and gentlemen. Without any further delay, let us move ahead towards the next particular panel discussion which is lined up for now. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on the stage. Can we please welcome him with a big round of applause, everyone? Thank you, sir. And now it is time for me to call upon the panelist on the stage. I would like to welcome Dr. D.K. Gupta, sir, on stage, who is Chairman and Managing Director, Felix Healthcare. And ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for him. And I request you to kindly maintain some of the positive energy in the house. Can we please do that? And yes, now it is time for me to call upon the stage Dr. Vishal Arora, who is Chief of Business Transformation and Operational Excellence, Artemis Hospitals. And yes, I would like to welcome him on the stage, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, sir. We request you to kindly join us on the stage. And Now I request our moderator. So, the session is yours. I request to carry forward.
So thank you. So the esteemed audience who's there. So the topic, as you know, we're discussing beyond brick and mortar. So technology today has touched all the businesses, all organizations in every form. And healthcare has not been untouched with the technological innovations that have happened in recent past. In fact, online is something that has become the most spoken word. Maybe every day 10 times we repeat this word, be it online shopping, online learning, online payments, everything. So healthcare in particular, historically, if you see, was one of the very early adopters of technology in an attempt to be able to provide the healthcare services in the underserved area in the form of telemedicine. And that was maybe around 2 decades ago, and things have changed. Pandemic changed it further, and now the technological innovations, the apps, the services that we have, I think they have completely changed the paradigm of healthcare through technology. So it's a big support to the medical professionals, to our doctors, the clinicians who want to reach out to their patients, stay connected with them, monitor them constantly. The technology has a big role to play there. So here I would like to kind of take this question out to our esteemed panelists, Dr. D.K. Gupta. So sir, we've seen like a lot of work has gone into telemedicine since it has started. So from then and now, so how do you think telemedicine has been making its presence felt and also like making the medical practice better?
Thank you so much for inviting me. And telemedicine is, I think, one of the module of right now healthcare services we provide, and it is the one tool that is actually required for accessibility and affordability of our healthcare services to at least tier 2, tier 3 and tier 4 cities. As we all know that about 70% of the population lives in the rural area. And the primary healthcare services, secondary healthcare services, even we are not talking about the tertiary and quaternary care. Even primary healthcare services are not robust in these primary health centers or primary rural areas. To provide accessibility to these areas, we need technology enablement. And telemedicine is one of the latest module that is incorporated in most of the HIS and most of the hospital management systems, even not in private sector, in government sectors also, to improve the accessibility of this population that is actually not having, not availing their basic rights of accessibility to healthcare. Because of telemedicine, we are reaching everywhere in the India, even worldwide, and we have seen the power of telemedicine during the COVID pandemic. So millions of teleconsultations have been done by different hospitals, different healthcare providers to provide healthcare services. And as we go further, I think there is a customization of healthcare services, and everybody now needs services at doorstep remotely, like not in healthcare, it is in all other industry also.
Exactly. Very true, sir, because I think that telemedicine, the concept started as serving the underserved, and now even the most privileged people want to have services through telemedicine through various mediums, because the mediums themselves have evolved to quite an extent. So this kind of takes me to my next question, which is to Dr. Vishal. So, Dr. Vishal, like you've been not just on both sides of the table, but all sides of the table. So when these interventions happen, like technological interventions, so there are a lot of data integration of these digital solutions which is required. So what are the challenges that you see are there to be able to adopt and implement these digital solutions and put them all together in one place? Yeah.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Ajay. So as Dr. D.K. Gupta has rightly mentioned, like telemedicine is now for everyone, it's for the masses. But on the other side, when it comes to hospital, the digital integration is still, I believe, not that fast taken as it should have been. It's still lacking a bit, and there are multiple challenges which we as a user see. So first biggest challenge is the resistance of the people, us. So the providers in the healthcare system, the people working on a day-to-day basis, they are a bit reluctant, right? So they feel how technology will decipher them, they'll take them out of the job. So that mentality. And second, that learning agility. A technician in a lab who is working since 30-40 years, for him to adapt to tech now, or latest advanced tech, is also a challenge. With the newer generations coming in, this might be mitigated, and of course teaching them and regular trainings, that's one of the things. So major challenge, what I feel, one is the resistance to change of people. There are other challenges as well. Second, the architecture. So most of the hospitals, in fact the big ones, the hospitals, the HIS they're using, right? So they are not interoperable, right? So interoperability is an issue. So whatever is being defined now and the HIS which were designed maybe a decade earlier and are still into use. So that interoperability becomes a challenge, and the hospital taking away that entire HIS is a big task, which is a Herculean task for any hospital, and they would not think twice but multiple times before taking that decision. So that becomes one of the challenges again. So as interoperability kicks in and the government keeps in the regulation, I believe this challenges ought to mitigate. Other than that, also a challenge which I feel is critical is the data privacy. Now, giving access to any third party for the data I have of the patients, that's something, data privacy becomes a concern. So I feel data might be leaked out. So, and there are ways to mitigate that as well. So again, if the data is anonymized, data is structured, data is the regular audits on the data. There are ways, regulations have to be kicked in.
I think that's true. In fact, I agree, because the cyber security and data security, data privacy, especially in the medical data, the clinical data of an individual, there are lots of concerns around it. And although the government also, we saw like they have programs like ABDM and ABHA, but how many of us would have an ABHA account today? I don't think many of us would have that.
Correct.
So just like ABHA, so there are several platforms to which like I want to bring the focus in. So there are multiple health apps and online platforms. So there are so many of them available, and healthcare is kind of moving in the same direction as any other fast-paced business. So my question goes to Mr. Balihar. So when healthcare is seen as a B2C kind of a business, wherein like there are consumer apps which are in place, so how do they play a role in improving the patient outcomes? What has your experience been?
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, so now this, I'll just first add to the kind of telemedicine part that we were talking about, because I had the first-hand experience. I had worked with Apollo hospitals, and at this I'm talking about almost 20 years ago. Then like these programs like transplant programs and these pediatric cardiac surgeries were not very common, and they were not these programs were not running too often in the other than the metro cities. So what was happening was, say somebody who has done his transplant done in Chennai, and he was supposed to be living in, say, Himachal, Punjab or Haryana, somewhere nearby. So this hospital was in Ludhiana Hospital, in Ludhiana SPS Apollo Hospital. We had set up the telemedicine at that point in time, 20 years ago, where all the follow-up patients for the particular doctors, they used to, come, and they were having effectively they were using the telemedicine program out of that, instead of visiting to that location. And yes, now coming to your this app part. Yes, app, now the apps are available on the both facing. It's a patient facing app is also available, and the doctor facing apps are also available. they have kind of helped the patients or deburdened the patients and the hospitals a lot. Like if I am if my healthcare provider allows me to book my appointment on the app itself, do the payment, do the scheduling and all, I need not go again and again on the telephone and keep trying the kind of to the call center and getting it. And then there are apps like they are nudging. If I'm a chronic patient, if I have to take the diabetes medicine 3 times a day, it keeps on nudging that now it's the time for you to have your medicine. And then it could be like nudging me for that you have your monthly visit is up for the kind of consultant.
So true. I think the entire value chain is something which is these apps are taking care of, and they're not just scheduling an appointment, but also the after appointment care that is required.
Exactly.
So those are also being taken care of. So when we talk of this remote patient interaction and these things, Dr. D.K. Gupta, this one is for you. Like maybe medical value travel is something very popular in India. Now India has caught up with other countries in the world. So do you see a role of technology in enhancing the medical value travel, and can a company leverage technology to improve medical value travel?
I think you are absolutely correct. And if we talk about the medical value travel, then India has $1 billion industry in medical value travel only. And the industry is growing at a rate of CAGR of around 15 to 18% per annum. And we are receiving patients from not even developing countries. Now we are receiving patients from developed countries also because of our quality of care, affordability, accessibility, and support services. So I think this is automation required anywhere, from the generation of the query that is generated through online platforms in different through different digital marketing strategies or different offline strategies. These queries are captured in the CRM, and the CRMs, the person who is handling the CRM, they call the person or they take the details, they take the prescription. Now, everything is digitalized, and these things has to be transferred to the doctors or consultants, their opinions is taken, and the same thing has to be transferred to the billing department to take estimate, and everything has to be done digitally and through systems or technology development only. And all these things, primary treatment has to be done through EMR or through HIS or through ERP, through CRM, or maybe some financial modules also. And also the support services like travel, their logistic, their lodging, everything can be automated, can be do automation for all these things. And all these things can be like captured, tracked, and improved. Even if we can track and control the patient experience also, different platforms using this technology. So I think medical value travel, not only medical value travel, each and every segment of the society, not related to healthcare, excluding healthcare also, everything can be automated now, and we have that vision, we have that technology, we have that team in all the sectors, including healthcare sector.
Okay, that's really nice to know. And in fact, a lot of things that one thing that technology forces all of us to do is to kind of reimagine the way any particular services are being delivered. Because at one point in time when these online things started, so that there was a challenge when people used to think, okay, maybe you can buy other things, standard products from online, this thing, but say apparel or a fashion thing, for that you have to go to the brick and mortar shop, right, to the retail shop. But that paradigm has been completely changed, and fashion and apparel are doing a lot of business that is through their operational and logistics issues that they were able to solve. So similarly, when I imagine a say online app which is kind of offering consultations, and I have from comfort of my home, and have an option of 1,000 doctors to choose from, and this interoperability also coming into play. So can you say, would it be wrong to imagine maybe 15 years down the line the physical space of OPD reducing in the hospitals, and people taking OPD consultations only online and only visiting hospitals when they actually need some surgical intervention? Do you see that happening? So, I mean, this is something, this is open for all of you. Like, we would like to take your views on that. This is about reimagining the future. So,
I just want to add one point. I think Mr. Vishal and all of will be agree on this point. In future, we will go hospital only for emergency care services and for the elective surgeries or elective procedures. Rest, everything has to be done through teleconsultation or video consultation or through home care services.
Okay, that's an interesting
So
perspective. Yeah.
somehow I also echo what Dr. Gupta has been saying. So given the time constraint, given the burden on the hospital, right? So if we go abroad, right, what happens? You cannot see a US, UK, Singapore to see a super specialist. You have to first go to a family physician, then step into that super specialist. In India, we are privileged, we have direct access to a super specialist, right? But eventually, are we overusing that and not leveraging technology? So both the answers are yes, we are not doing that. So going forward, what I also see, OPDs would become more of a teleconsultation kind of thing, going to a family physician, having a first level touch base there, super specialists also available on e-consult telephonically. And emergencies also will be the go-to hospital space. So any emergencies, or if you feel you are in a situation where you cannot reach out, then you're required to go to a hospital. That should happen, and that's how the healthcare has to be evolving. When you talk about interoperability, so that's what the government is also focusing at. Given the ABA IDs, we are yet to have like less than 50% of the population has the ABA ID, but eventually the future is starting from the day you are born. All the investigations, your reports, your entire history is on that ABA ID. You go to a physician, he has the trends, he knows what you have been suffering from, what is your history, what are your trends been, and that saves a lot of time, money, and everything, and that's how the future has to evolve. Maybe
Mr. Balia, your take on
Baliaji.
this, your take on this, the change that apps are going to bring in, the online facilitation of consultation and medical services.
So definitely these things are moving on the digital space, and it will keep on moving. Like for example, not only on the elective part, also like on the say for the tier 4 or small towns, even the ICUs, they might not have the kind of manpower required to run those ICUs, which are being run or you kind of overtaken by some specialty hospitals. They have the command center. They are remotely monitoring those ICUs, and in the kind of event of there's a cardiac arrest or there's a code blue, they have a kind of set protocols where they are nudging the trained manpower over there and kind of guiding them to take the right steps and kind of help protect the life of that person. Okay, it may not be a kind of picture perfect solution, but anyways, a person in remote area who had to travel 400 kilometers or 4 hours to go to the nearest ICU, for them this could be the best solution that could be envisioned at this point in time.
Okay, thanks for that input, and thank you the entire panel for these enlightening ideas. And what we understand is that technology will continue to shape and reshape the healthcare delivery models and the doctor-patient interaction as we move ahead. So I open the forum to the audience in case there are any questions that you want to put up. Yes, please.
Hi all, good afternoon sir. I am Dr. Sakina from CK Birla Hospital. As you all are discussing about the telemedicine and about the OPD, in future if we are going to have the less number of OPDs. So I think in this case, many a times patient needs to visit doctors multiple times for the final diagnosis. So how is it possible कि अगर एक ही बार टेली कंसल्टेशन कर रहा है तो उसके अंदर उसका डायग्नोसिस कंफर्म हो जाएगा, बिकॉज डिफरेंशियल डायग्नोसिस इज़ इम्पॉर्टेंट. और जब तक फिजिशियन और पेशेंट का रेपो एक मजबूत लेवल पे नहीं आता है, सो हाउ कैन वी थिंक कि एम्पथी वर्चुअल लेवल पे डेवलप हो सकती है. सो दिस इज़ अ मल्टीपल टाइम पीपल हैव डिस्कस अबाउट द टेलीमेडिसिन. सो इज़ इट पॉसिबल कि वर्चुअली हम सिंपैथी डेवलप कर सकते हैं किसी पेशेंट से?
Yeah, I would request Dr. Gupta to please answer this question.
I think communication is very important, and if we develop context before communicating, that is also very important. If customer is demanding teleconsultation, if he is busy, we will not say that we are going to provide it and we are going to enforce it. Because of customer, nobody after around 10 years back or 5 years back was thinking that they will order vegetables, fruits from Blinkit or Swiggy and Zomato or all these. Because technology is changing and everybody is now focusing on time, and they want to like save their time and focus on their productive works. So for that, there is basically there is a demand of customers. It's not our demand that there should be teleconsultation. This is a customization of services. The physical OPD will not be closed. They will be reduced in number. The person visiting to physical OPD will be reduced. Maybe the follow-up consultation will be higher on the teleconsultation. Maybe the teleconsultation will be empowered with the IoT, Internet of the devices. Like we will have a stethoscope, we will have a thermometer, digital thermometer. Everything will be there. And there will be also differential diagnosis. And the teleconsultation will be in such a manner that there will be a huge screen. The doctor and patient will be communicating like that. They are virtually, like in VR we are doing, or AR we are doing like that. They will feel, they will have empathy, they will have like everything, whatever you said, the empathy or sympathy or communication, that comes in the communication only. It can be through, like you are calling to your mother on the video consultation. You feel same empathy.
But sir, मदर के साथ तो काफ़ी सालों का रिलेशन होता है.
नहीं, it has to be developed by doctor-patient relation. Definitely, it is an agreement. Patient will first register and he will opt for the teleconsultation. Then it will be provided, and there will be some guidelines also. Like we have some guidelines in India also right now. After COVID, we have implemented digital guidelines for teleconsultations, and these guidelines will be revised year and year after, depending upon the technology, depending upon the issues, depending on the medico-legal issues also. So I think it's an evolving science, and we should accept it, and we should ready for the transformation, and we should ready for the adaptability also.
Yes, sir.
So to add what Dr. Gupta is saying, so it is not a unidirectional approach. If you see, you have to see it from multi dimensions, right? So it will not happen in silo that tomorrow altogether all of the OPDs move to remote, right? So it will not happen that way. You will build that trust, as you are saying, that will happen. Step 2 would be your records would go digital. So because when you are talking about the differential diagnosis right now, if a diabetic patient has to move from one doctor to another doctor, he has to take his records, which would be into number of pages, maybe hundreds. And you can't expect a second doctor to go through the report from day 0. Right? So now everything, just imagine the future where everything is moving to a digital format. The second doctor just opens, he sees the trends, what were your HbA1c, how it has been moving, how your sugar levels have been moving, what medications you were on currently, what you are today. So that's the future we are talking about. That ought to be there. Otherwise, with the growing population and the burden on the healthcare ecosystem, it eventually would be a waiting, like in the government hospitals today, the waiting kiosk will start in the private hospitals as well. So it is not a unidirectional approach. It has to be linked with multiple multi-dimensions and then thought through as a complete picture.
But does it really affect on clinical aspects?
So as we said, it cannot be 100% moved, yes. But given a choice tomorrow, right? So if you are down with, say, fever, flu, and you are given a chance to have a first consult with the physician online. So I think you might opt for it, because going to the hospital at 104-degree fever, you might not want to go it as well. So that's how it is. It will not happen overnight. It will not be the only thing. But yeah, emergencies would always be an option. Second, it can be only for the follow-ups, as Dr. Gupta said. For first OPD, you might go there. Second, third, fourth follow-ups might be completely digi consults. So these are different nuances which, as and when we step ahead, the future might come out. As of now, but it ought to happen. The load to the hospitals ought to reduce.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
And to add on to this perspective where you said that will the patient go in for multiple consultations? Yes, it's possible. Because, you know, in the diagnosis forming, diagnostics play a major role.
Yes.
So every time doctor can, whatever diagnostics he writes, there are home care services which can kind of collect the sample and send the results on the apps and all, and then of course it will help in the kind of coming to the diagnosis of that patient.
सर माई क्वेश्चन इज़ आई रेज्ड बिकॉज कई बार क्या होता है कि कंसल्टेशन के लिए पेशेंट आता है, जैसे उससे फीवर है, वी डन ऑल द इन्वेस्टिगेशन बट स्टिल sometime unknown origin of fever can be the reason and nobody is able to diagnose, even though patient is physically coming for the OPD, even admitted, but nobody knows the cause. So that's the reason everybody is going for the telemedicine, but still is it 100%? That's why I have asked this question.
No, obviously, as Dr. Saban said and Mr. Vishal said, that this is a personal choice. They always have the option to go physically to any doctor.
Yes, yeah.
And I think like all other technologies, it will evolve over a period of time, starting from simple consultation to specialities. Maybe a psychology consult can happen online, right? Or simple situations like that of a fever, flu, and those things it'll start with that in a step ladder pattern. As it evolves, I think things will also evolve, and maybe we're talking of imagining it, say, 10 to 15 years ahead of time. So that is what we are looking at. So
thank you so much.
So maybe that we'll see that day. Yeah. Any more questions from the audience? Okay, so we close the session here. Thank you very much, audience, for your patience hearing. Thank you, organizers. Thank you, esteemed panelists. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, before we move ahead and go ahead for the lunch, let's click a beautiful picture. It's a picture perfect moment when you all are present here on the stage. Okay, please join us for the lunch if by any chance you haven't taken it. Ideally, we should have postponed it for a time, but okay, now I would like to invite you all for the lunch. Yes, please join us for the lunch, and looking forward to see you back in some time. I'll be announcing the time at what time we are supposed to resume the session, but for now, yes, you all are requested to take your lunch. Thank you very much, everybody. AI, big data. And for this particular panel discussion, Mr. Arun Goyal is going to be the moderator. He is CIO, Sir Gangaram Hospital. I request him to kindly come here and join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him on the stage. Everybody, please join me in welcoming him on the stage. And yes, now I would like to call the panelist on the stage. Dr. Sushil Meher is going to join us as a panelist. He is IT head, AIMS. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause for him. And in the sequence of that, I would like to call Mr. Himanshu Bhardwaj sir as well on the stage. He's head HIS and IT applications, Medanta. And in the process of that, I would like to invite Mr. JP Devedi sir as well on the stage. He is Chief Information Officer, Rajiv Gandhi Cancer Institute and Research Center. We request him to kindly join us on the stage if he's present here with us. And moving ahead, now I would like to call upon the stage our next panelist, Mr. Mohit Tandon sir, you are requested to join us on the stage. Sir, you are General Manager Information and Technology, Sri Balaji Action Hospital Institute and Act on Cancer Hospital. And now we have all the panelists on the stage joined with us. We have our moderator as well. Now I request Mr. Goyal sir to kindly conduct this particular session in his way. So, the stage is yours.
Thank you and good afternoon everybody. So thanks for providing this opportunity to discuss and share the thoughts about cloud adoption, cybersecurity, AI, ML, big data, and IoT and IOMT. So in healthcare, to improve patient care and operational efficiencies while ensuring confidentiality, integrity, and interoperability and availability of the data, we would be discussing all these points about latest innovative technologies. To discuss this, we are fortunate to have all heavyweight panelists here from government, private and specialist hospital. We have Dr. Sushil Meher from AIMS, leading digital initiatives. We have Mr. Himanshu Bhardwaj from Medanta. He's head of IT there. And Mr. Mohit Tandon, who is from Action Balaji, GMIT. So past few years, we got an opportunity to got digital acceleration due to COVID and government initiative of ABDM, Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, which made our patient clinicians to adopt digitization. So in that spree, I would like to ask some questions from Dr. Meher, Dr. Himanshu, and Mohit. So Dr. Meher, I would request you to let us know some technological digital pitfalls of digitization to improve the healthcare, health data, and what are the initiatives you are taking in the AIMS in this regard?
Yeah, today's days technology is not a big issue. Issue is the technology, how is to be implemented and in what forms. When we will go for any digital transformation, so we are concentrating on the application side. My application is running, that is fine, but we're supposed to understand there is a lot of other things it is to be considered. First of all, whether this application is, at the time of development, they have taken care of the security level or not. Majority applications, it is not been developed or been designed on cyber security. And today's days you must have know it, majority of hospitals, they have already been faced the cyber breaches. As per IBM, 53% of the 53% growth after 2020 breaches has been in the hospitals. As per the SOFAS, it is 72%. So the two studies are differ, but definitely we have seen that major hospitals, these kind of problems they have faced it. So this is the first pitfalls we have, that how the application is supposed to be developed as per the design of cyber security. That's supposed to be taken care of. That is not even taken care by anybody. Of course, Arun has already told you that during the development or design levels, we're supposed to take care of security, confidentiality, privacy, these sort of things, which is already been defined in the EMR standard 2014, which is released by the Ministry of Health, that these are the confidentiality and security has to be maintained by the organizations. And that is not been followed by any products properly. This is the one case. Second case is that data governance. Now when it has DPDP has come up, data governance is play major roles. What is the data democratizations and governance? That is also one of the major parts it's supposed to be developed at the time of designing and development. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Dr. Meher. So Himanshu, how digitization is improving in the patient care in the Medanta, if you can show some light upon it?
Okay, so first of all, thank you for having me here, and a very good afternoon to everyone present over here. Basically, after lunch hours, it would be pretty difficult to bear with us, but kindly bear with us. So I would be actually referring to certain notes which I am carrying with me. And why? Because I want to be very, very specific. So to me, what is smart technology, if we say? So smart technology is self-monitoring, analytical, and reporting in nature. Now, when we say that how it is doing betterment in terms of Medanta, then we measure primarily in form of efficiency and better patient care, Second thing which we are measuring is patient safety. Third thing is which we are measuring is data protection and cyber security. Because at the end of the day, if you don't have the patient data and the clinical data of that patient, you can't actually carry out the required decision making by the clinicians or the support teams which are around him. And fourth thing, which is the intelligent staff allocation. So with very, very specific examples, I would say, let's say when we talk about the efficiency. So we have implemented something called porter management system within our hospital. And this is sort of Uber, we can say, a sort of a Uber-based Uber kind of application within our hospital, wherein the patients who are immobile, who can't move on their own, and they need the porters to carry them from the porch to the various floors of the hospital for OPD consults and vice versa, back to that. So using this application, we have actually bettered our TAT from 30 minutes to 18 minutes. And this also has resulted in 10% of workforce reduction for us. So this basically has increased the efficiency, productivity of our people, at the same time, a customer delight or a patient delight. Okay? Second thing which we have done is for the patients, and the primary aspect behind this is to keep the patients away from the hospital as much as possible wherever. Just before this session, there were talks about telemedicine, all that kind of stuff. But the primary thing is that we have to measure the things, who can stay away from hospital, who cannot. So the patients who have chronic diseases, who require continuous monitoring kind of thing, but those things can be carried out at hospital. For example, ECG. So we came up with a partnership with a partner where we issued 6 lead ECG devices to our patients post-discharge, and they are able to carry out the ECG monitoring on their own. And this application then relays the data back to our systems, which is then taken care by the clinicians. And if at all there is something alarming, they are called to the hospital for further medication, or our home care teams take care of that. Third thing, when we talk about the better staff allocation, so again, we implemented a very unique system of nursing allocation, automatic nursing allocation within our landscape. So what it does is that based on the patient's criticality, the things like Muse and Pew scores, whether the patient is currently in ICU or in ward, depending upon, and the sex of the patient, whether male, female, the system automatically finds a suitable nurse based on the criticality of the patient. It also scans the availability of that particular staff in the hospital, whether that staff has turned up today at all or not, and allocates the relevant nursing team or nurse to that particular patient. Apart from that, to keep the continuity, if there is a patient who is continuously there for next 2, 3 days or 4 days, the system ensures that the next shift, again, when the third shift comes in or fourth shift comes in, the same nurse is assigned to the patient. So thus, somebody was talking about empathy. So this is something wherein empathy would come into picture. Now, just now we were talking about cyber security, data security, DPDP. So yes, this is a major concern for all healthcare providers, because I would say that in healthcare, probably technology came into picture pretty late, and the thirst came onto technology only after COVID. As an organization, we are cognizant of the fact how important is the data security, and that's why within our teams we have our own cyber security experts who do the pen tests, who do the penetration tests, who do the vulnerability test of each and every application which we are deploying in our environment. Apart from that, we also ensure that these are zero footprint applications, which essentially means that irrespective of the fact that whether the person is with our hospital anymore or not, if he or she leaves the organization, their devices don't carry any sort of patient data and it's automatically removed. So these are the things which I actually wanted to share with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Himanshu. So, Mohit, Dr. Meher spoke about application security and governance, data governance, and with respect to the DPDP Act, and he explained about some pitfalls about the digital innovation in the hospital. And Himanshu spoke about patient safety and operation excellence, giving example of the nursing operation excellence, where he spoke about the empathy, particularly. How digitalization is improving your hospital operations? If you can give some examples and speak about that.
First of all, thank you for giving this opportunity, Arunji. So recently we have implemented EMR in our hospital. So implementation of EMR has led to the data has been saved in more structured way, and doctors are able to use it for research purpose. Previously they used to have the traditional free text data which was not used for the research purpose. Secondly, PACS has been implemented in every hospital. Recently we are in talks with a partner whose once the scan has been performed, so it converts basically the ML to AI, and it gives you till the time the patient is out from the department, the report is ready, showing whatever the issues are there, and then the doctor can correlate with that report.
Thank you, Mohit. So Dr. Meher, would come back to you again. How do you see in AIMS digitization is improving patient experience in your hospital?
Yeah. A basic concept in AIMS it is that more data, more healthcare, and more quality of healthcare. If data is not there, that kind of service you can't give it. And another part is that data quality. So that's why majority of the people, whether it is a poor people, whether it is a top VIP people, they prefer to come to the AIMS because of that things. We are very concerned about the data. And data is other parts what we needed it, because AIMS is a research institution. Data is much more required for the research. So it is already inbuilt since AIMS has constituted that they need a data analytic people to do the research. Then it has come out of what is the quality of care and what is the patient experience. Just one example I am giving you. When patient will come, and we have pitfall of around 15,000 patients a day in the OPD. It is a very chaos area because each patient they carry 1 or 2 people, then it is around 35 to 40,000 people in a hall. So there is a appointment system is also there, and that is been the quota of appointment system. It has meant through AI tools that how much appointments has to be given, how much people will come in, walk in, and how much people they'll get from the revisit. And so this is a 30, and 10% is the critical patients they can get the registration on the same day. So from the beginning, we have given the mobile end power to the patients. It is not to come to the counter. You have a registration, there is a QR code, it is pasted in the OPD, scan it, put your appointment numbers, automatically everything it will fetch to you. If you have an AVA ID, then put the AVA ID. Otherwise, you can create the AVA ID there itself, and you will be registered. You will allocate room. The rooms, what time you have to reach there, that is also it is mentioned there. So whole journey it is very smooth to a patient if he will go for his from own mobile registration process. This is the one part. Second part is that in the OPDs we have given the Wi-Fi to everyone. They can download their reports, they can see it, they can work it. If they have a AVA ID, they can download in different labs also, and they can carry with them. Third part is that when the patient comes, what they needed, you have to understand. They need a parking, they need a wheelchair, they need a stretcher or a wheelchair or stretcher, and they need a early to see the patient, or he has to come to a queue. So during the appointment system, we have placed it that whether you need a wheelchair or not. So when you will come, your wheelchair is already been booked. It is not required to wait for the wheelchair or the stretcher. This is the one process we have given it. Simultaneously, we have pasted another QR code. They can scan it and they can give the feedback of their feeling what they have felt in AIMS during their journey. And whatever you will get it, we have another independent analytic programs. It generated reports, and we will try to improve each and every times. Second part is that those who are got admissions, if they want to go back to their home and they are poor people, we have our own air-conditioned e-vehicle is there. It is about to be around 30 e-vehicles. It is being purchased from the Tata, and they leave you to their home. So this kind of means we have generated the patient pains. Based on their pains, we have given the facility to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mayor. So Himanshu, Dr. Mayor has covered all his digitization experience in the AIMS in line with the ABDM, where they are creating the ABHA number and providing the QR code for the patient service point of view, patient experience point of view, and giving the patient some good experience while at the registration desk, providing wheelchairs, etc. Directly during the registration itself. How digitization is helping you in the hospital?
Okay. So one of the biggest goals which we see for us is to build resilience in our hospital system. So, and using the digital initiatives and how these are being implemented within Vedanta. I'll start with a simple example, or rather a very, very complex example of eICU. This is something which we have successfully implemented, basically we have tied up with different hospitals for whom we are providing this service to the hospitals which do not have the critical care or which do not have the relevant staff to take care of the ICUs. So the very recent example is a 16-year-old boy who was admitted in Prayagraj, and he was brought in with almost a zero blood pressure, and our teams within EICU were monitoring all the aspects of this patient remotely, and a multidisciplinary team immediately came into action, and within 3 days this boy was up and running and was discharged back and brought back to life. So this is something which at the same time we are, as I said in previously also, that our hospitals and our doctors are highly burdened with the patients who may not be needing that sort of care immediately. That for a super specialty kind of hospital or a tertiary care hospital, it's important that we build a ecosystem wherein to keep the patients out of hospital as much as possible by virtue of, let's say, the wellness programs, by virtue of the local clinics, like in Delhi, things like Mohalla Clinic are there. Obviously, those are run by the government. But then things like, we are running things like RWA clinics, wherein if a patient just needs a vaccination or just needs to be checked for a cough or cold, the person can be checked over there remotely by the doctor through telemedicine platform. So thus, this would reduce the pressure both on the hospital infrastructure as well as on the doctors, and thereby actually giving the better care to the patients who really need it. That's the first aspect, I would say. Apart from that, another thing in terms of technology is that how well we can use data to help the clinicians to take informed decisions. And here, this one of the examples which I would say we have is implementation of a technology called DocBox. And now, this particular thing is implemented in our ICUs. And here, the data, when we say data, data has a variety, volume, and velocity. So here, we are actually capturing, when we say variety of data, then we are capturing the EMR data, we are capturing data from the imaging system. So about 20,000 different data points which we are capturing. When we say volume, each and every bed is generating about 2 GB of data. Okay? And the velocity obviously over a period of time. Now, how it is helping the doctors, people who are around here, Dr. Saab, and who understand the healthcare, they know that in ICUs, biggest killer is sepsis. And with every passing hour, 8% mortality rate decreases. So basically, if a doctor is able to get this data upfront, 8 hours before or 4 hours before, think of it, how he'll be able to save that particular patient. And this is something which I would say is going to revolutionize the healthcare. That's what I wanted to convey.
Very good, very good. Thank you, Himanshu, for sharing this experience. Mohit, when Himanshu is talking about, he just now talked about the data and how data analytics is improving the patient care. Could you show some light upon the data analytics, how data analytics is helping hospitals in patient care? And when we talk about the data analytics, obviously data analytics happens over the data from the different source of applications and different type of hybrid applications. So we need to pay some attention on the integration part also. So please show some light upon data analytics and data integration challenges in the hospital.
So first, the biggest challenge that I face is interoperability. And moreover, when the different machines are there, different HIS and different soft applications are there, and if they are well integrated, so it would definitely helps the data analyst to analyze the data. So what happens sometimes that suppose we have a large amount of data, and if we can take out the trends, what's happening, so we can save the life of our patients well in advance. So in this way, I definitely sees that the big data, that the proper structured data would definitely help us.
So thank you, everyone. So now the next question is to all the panelists. You talked about the patient safety, you talked about the operational excellence and importance of the data analytics, and of late Mohit brought up the point of interoperability and what are the challenges into the interfacing and integrating the data. So how you are using or adopting the cloud also, if you can share some experience, how cloud adoption is helping your hospital?
To me, yeah. See, we have adopted cloud, but not at that extent, because our architecture does not permit to us, because the amount.
So I would request that if Himanshu can show us loud, because he has got a multi-hospital, he will be able to.
Okay. Honestly speaking, cloud probably is a hurry up aspect for the healthcare, and it shouldn't be followed blindly at all. We are also not great on cloud as of now, trust me. And why? You saw the havoc which was just created by CloudStrike. Just recently, the Microsoft issue which happened, and how things were affected. So retail, I would say retail business has cracked this particular issue long back, wherein most of the retail systems have power of running in offline, online modes. till the time we also develop the systems which have this capacity of online, offline mode, given that the kind of connectivity, all right, the connectivity, let's say in largest metro cities, you may get 5G today, 4G today. But how about the smaller areas, B cities, C cities?
So are you advocating the private cloud, or you want to reject the public cloud? Because as per the government policy, you need to enter into the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission.
Correct.
Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission cannot be driven and expedited without adoption of the cloud.
Not necessarily.
Because
I wouldn't say not necessarily. There are solutions.
Okay. So
it's not necessary.
No, so that's what my question is. When you say that it's not, you are not agreeing to the cloud option. So what options will be there if not cloud? Are you advocating for the private cloud?
See, I'm not challenging the security aspect of cloud. There are both AWS, Azure, or OCI. All these clouds have a very, very stringent security processes. So both public and private clouds are equally good. I'm not saying any of them has any negative aspects. What I'm saying is that unless we have a massive and 100% foolproof connectivity, it would be very difficult for a tertiary care hospital to run on purely cloud. Because moment your connectivity is gone, your you have no access to your data. You wouldn't know which patient is on NPO, which patient is supposed to get what kind of diet, when somebody has to wheeled in for the surgery or wheeled out, what kind of, whether the PSA has been done on this patient or not. So unless you have those data, you can't do it.
Agree. So in a way you want to bring in the hybrid solution.
Yes, absolutely.
Where you have a on-prem solution for the single hospital, and rest of the data could be used on the cloud.
So basically, let's say that all my admitted patients today who are there, their data is residing within the hospital at least till the time the patient is there. Moment the patient is discharged, we may move the data. But it should always be in sync.
Right.
I may continue to do the all the transactions at the cloud, but moment it goes down, automatically I can switch to my local database so that I do not lose the things.
Yeah, very good, very good. Good point, Himanshu. That is for the business continuity plan you are talking about actually. So while we are implementing the digitization to improve the patient care and achieve operational excellence into the hospital, simultaneously we need to be prepare ourselves for the business continuity plan as well. So last question I would like to ask to the panelist is how digitization cannot be completed without using the IoT devices into the hospital environment. And of course you would be also having one or other way IoT devices using into your respective hospitals. So what are the challenges you are facing with respect to the security aspect, interoperability perspective in the IoT device uses in your hospitals, if you want to share the experience?
Anyway, just about the cloud I'm talking about it, because we have done a lot of exercise, we're supposed to go to the cloud. But the architecture which is we have right now, that has to be, it has been studied that what type of architecture is required. So first of all, you have to bring to the edge, from edge to the cloud. This is the real journey supposed to be. Second part is that right now, Arun, we have spoken about IOMT device. Majority hospital, they are using the IOMT device. IoT device, it is a internet protocols it runs, and always they talk to each other to the central database and update the data. So when, and this communication is through HL7 or somebody using the Fire. So if the connectivity is lost, means the data cannot be transferred. So that's why edge companies play a major role when you go for a cloud. Second part, what it was talking about it, the IOMT, how secure it is. really it is a very vulnerable. You have to be more careful of that. Before implementing any IoT device, is supposed to have a proper security system, cyber security system in place. If somewhere, because IoT devices, I have around more than 500 IoT devices connected to different machines. And I have to understand which IoT device is vulnerable for me. What it happens, one lab machine is connected with the IoT device. Whatever test is performed by that machine, it is coming to my central database. If the machine has some upgradation of software, firmwares, from that firmware, some malicious program has come up, and through that it can be attacked to my database. And major things it has happened. Major hospitals suffered in this manner. So supply chains always be higher edge to the attack in the cyber attacks. And this is one of the things which is being faced by a lot of hospitals, not in India, in the abroad also. So you supposed to be a pure visibility where the malicious software is running for the attack, that has to be identified immediately. Otherwise it is a very risky for to using the IoT device within the hospitals. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mayor.
I would like to just add one thing, that cloud is fine, but the security around cloud is a major aspect and has to be taken care. Post-COVID, the hackers, the healthcare domain has been the favorite for hackers as far as the data has shown.
Thank you, Mohit. So our panelists did discuss about artificial intelligence, IoT devices, big data analytics, and cloud adoption. So thank you, everybody. Thank you for your thoughts and sharing the experience. With this, do we have time to ask some questions with the audiences? So any questions if you want to ask from the panelists? So it's okay, panelists are here. If anyone has any query and questions, you can take up with them offline. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for elaborating each and everything in so brief. And yes, now it is time to click a picture. Another picture perfect moment for all of us. Thank you, sir. Well, yes, ladies and gentlemen, now it is time to begin the last panel discussion of the day. And are we present here? Before we start with this, just want to make sure, are we present here? I mean, I know I can see you are physically present here. Are you mentally present here? I hope you are. We have done our lunch and I know we are in a sleepy zone, but yeah, try to keep yourself active for some more minutes. And let me tell you the topic of this particular panel discussion. It is a 360-degree sustainable approach to hospital design. And for this particular panel discussion, Dr. Rajiv Kumar Jain is going to be moderator. He is Chair Scientific Committee on Education and Training in Occupational Health and International Commission on Occupational Health. I would like to call him on the stage, ladies and gentlemen, with your cooperation. Thank you so much, sir, for being here with us. Thank you. So, now with your permission, I would like to call upon the panelist on the stage. Mr. Alok A. Kumar is our first panelist, who is Group Lead ESG and Sustainability, Fortis Healthcare. So, please join us. I also would like to request Dr. Mridul Kaushik, who is our another panelist for this particular panel discussion. He is Senior Director Operations and Planning and COD Cluster 1, Max Healthcare. So, you are requested to join us on the stage for this discussion, if you are present here with us. I would like to call Dr. Ashish Chaudhary, sir, as well on the stage, who is Managing Director, Akash Healthcare, India. So please join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together, everybody. I would like to take another moment to call Mr. Gaurav Mathur sir on the stage, who is founder, principal, architect and sustainability specialist in GMG Architecture. So we would like to have you on the stage. And yes, last but not the least, I would like to request Mr. Rajneesh Agarwal sir as well to kindly join us upon the stage. He is partner, PDA consultant. So we request you to kindly come here and join us on the stage for this particular panel discussion. And with that, I request Mr. Jain sir to carry forward this particular session as a moderator. So the stage is yours now.
Thank you. Ayushi.
Yes, sir.
Isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So friends, today, this being the last session, one should carry the message which should be loud and clear to all the participants, that it pays to be investing in sustainable healthcare as well as sustainable health delivery modalities for healthcare to be increasing in its not only footprint but also its impact in terms of its affordability and efficiency. When we talk of sustainable design, but before that, I think what she was saying, I represent International Commission on Occupational Health. This is the largest association in the world for occupational physicians across the world. It's based in Italy, and I am the chair of the Scientific Committee on Education Training in Occupational Health. So besides that, now let's come back to the topic of the panel discussion that we are in focus. When we talk of sustainable hospital design, we always have to keep in view how it will impact not only the energy consumption, but long-term survival and growth of the design that we created. And not only design, but it's the ultimate aim of delivery of the healthcare system, which should lead to a message that sustainability pays. Sustainability contributes to your not only profit, but also gives you profit in the long term. As you know, we are in the process of facing one of the severest crises that mankind or human beings have to face in terms of climate change. Only yesterday night, the United Nations Secretary General has given a call for emergency call for tackling heat stress. As you know, today morning you must have seen how inappropriate timing of the rains and the intensity of the rain is affecting the entire country. The other day, Mumbai and Pune were flooded. The whole life got disturbed. Today morning, I don't know how many of you were able to reach in time because the whole traffic system was in chaos. So it affects everybody. It also affects the delivery of healthcare system. The design, if you recollect few days back in Dubai, people were not able to reach because the approach to the airport, even the airport was flooded. So many flights were, could you imagine, they never designed for drainage of the water in Dubai because it never rains. But it rained so heavily within a span of 3-4 hours that the entire city, roads as well as the airport was flooded. So you have to, and we have to increasingly be aware that these things will happen when we least expect these things to happen. So this process of discussion will underscore the point that our participants will convey to you how it impacts you as a hospital or healthcare planner and healthcare operator. And when we talk of hospital, it includes the soft and the hard part of it. It is not only the building, but it is the processes which should also lead to sustainable action on the ground. So I'm not talking only of energy or energy conservation or CO2 emission. What I'm talking is sustainability in its 360-degree view. That's why this conference is Healthcare 360-degree. And that's what we are doing, trying to give the message throughout the day. So I would set the ball rolling with our discussion. So my first question is to Mr. Alok. So first question is, how do we measure success of design intentions, whether prerogative of administrator, physicians, investors, staff, or a collective effort?
Right. So first of all, thank you, Dr. Jan, for saying everything that you said. I had sustainability and ESG at Fortis Healthcare, and I do feel that not many of us in healthcare talk about sustainability, and rightly so, mostly because we are in the business of saving lives. Everything kind of gets a second priority, has been getting a second priority, not anymore because of the reasons that Dr. Jan just explained. Coming to the question, sustainability is a very, very big word. What makes a business sustainable? Many things. But how do we measure that? That's a question that various academicians have tried to solve in various ways. The one that is working right now for us is trying to divide this sustainability scenario into environmental, social and governance. That's how we are trying to do it right now. And the essence remains the same. And it's good that we are discussing this question as the first question in our discussion, because we have so many very talented panelists here. It's important to set some output measurements, some sort of benchmarks right. When it comes to sustainability at Fortis Healthcare, what we do is we have set certain parameters. Depending on, a design could have been done years ago, or maybe a new hospital is coming in. It doesn't matter. If we have certain set of parameters set in, for example, environment, when we say that per occupied bed, electricity consumption, this is the benchmark we want to achieve. Now that's an output. Now that goes an input to the designer and to the process maker also. Similarly, per occupied bed water consumption, we want to make sure that that's the output that remains at in a particular range. Now that goes as an input to the designers, and then of course, then a lot of systems, a lot of technologies, a lot of designing can happen. The third thing that's important to us is again waste. So generation, not only generation, the segregation of waste. How do we do that? We want to be in a particular range for the biomedical waste, different categories, all different hospitals. How do we do that? Once these questions are put in front of the designers or whoever is deciding on the policies, I think that's where the beauty comes in.
That's wonderful. I do understand the constraint that we are put into while applying these principles on the ground, and how challenging you must have seen in your very experience, how difficult it is to convince that it's worthwhile investing in sustainable solutions when you actually design the hospitals. A person who is actually into the thick of things, Dr. Ashish, is sitting on my left and your right. I would like to ask him, since the new generation hospitals are existing, they are based on growth of such geographical location or lease the existing infrastructure to leverage cost and optimize growth. So what are your views? How it should be done?
Thank you so much for inviting me for this amazing panel on sustainability. So, coming to the exact question, but before that, I've been into clinical practice since 2004, and from that point till today, I've seen how the healthcare, working and processes have changed from completely 100% manual and, in a haphazard, unorganized way. We used to, operate in government institutions to today's world healthcare, where even the washing time or hand sanitization time is also noted through a system. So, yes, sustainability, just like quality, comes at a cost. The cost can be financial, the cost can be in terms of setting the right processes, time and energy of the entire staff, and of course, the intent of the leadership becomes very important if you really want to do something great, because all these efforts of sustainability, of course, sustainable for the environment because they are absorbing a lot of waste coming out of healthcare institution, but also the primary focus, I feel, just like accreditation standards for sustainability in healthcare, brings about a lot of safety for the people who are consuming healthcare, whether as a patient, attendant, they are coming. So that particular group is not like any other institution like hotels or any other vertical you say, where the people are normal. They can escape fire, they can run around, they know the environment. Whereas in contrast to all those verticals in healthcare, everyone who is coming, most of them, they may not be able to take care of themselves, especially the newborn babies and kids. We have seen so many incidents happening in last many years. Every time we see that, and the regulatory authorities come back with bigger force. So learning is every day in this scenario. When we talk about what kind of healthcare system is good, whether it's a new greenfield project coming up with a modern design and the hard and soft part of the I would say implementation versus already existing infrastructure which gets upgraded to a healthcare institution. Now it becomes very difficult to work around in a healthcare already existing building, which may not be for a hospital, or if it is there for many years, the rules keeps changing, including the staircase width, the height of the building, and of course the fire plan and exhaust and lift lobby areas, and the corridor spaces. So these are the areas which becomes a constraint to develop, build a healthcare institution, a safe healthcare institution in an already existing environment. Yeah, so it's the best option would be to start afresh from a greenfield. But yes, if you look at from the financial standpoint, it may not be the right option for somebody who's just entering a healthcare space, because it requires a lot of initial capex and investment, and the first 3 years you have to incur a lot of losses. So most of the institutions, they die out even before they see the first light of profitability. So I would say the best mode would be a kind of a hybrid, wherein you may start with a already existing setup which can be upgraded to a legally accepted healthcare institution or healthcare space. Yes, you may start with less number of specialities and services, but make sure that once you are in that, the ball gets rolling, you should start focusing on a greenfield and then make a complete project according to the current norms of the building and the land.
Fine. I'll put another question to you related to what I've just asked. Now, if you have to expand, whether you would like to acquire operational hospital in South India or in Central Asia, what is your choice today?
Of course, after going through various places, even outside India, I feel India is the best, where despite all the challenges we have, we still feel at home, and the law of the land becomes very important, where you can navigate, because if I have to look out, I will look out somewhere around 500 kilometers around my current location, and once you gain experience from the neighboring states, one can gradually expand to further south, west and east. Yeah, so outside options, of course, they are very good, but healthcare is not just a building where you take a fancy hospital and then you put up good machines, but who's going to operate, who's going to deliver the care? It is the local staff, or a mixture of local plus the imported staff, I would say, Indians going there and delivering the care. But to sustain them, again, becomes a factor for sustainability of Indian doctors and healthcare staff outside India is also not a cakewalk these days, because of the cost involved, because of other operational issues, which when somebody is going there, especially the senior doctors and staff, they require the entire environment to be created so that they can be there and nurture, and of course with their families and settling there, it becomes a artist task for most of the institution to develop that kind of environment, because that's outside the domain of their expertise.
That's interesting, because what is happening in today's hospital operations in the country, chains which are quite established in South India, they are trying to expand to Eastern India or North India, and they have big pockets. And chains which are operational and established in North India, they are trying to go brownfield, go in Southern India or Western India, because they find opportunities there, and they find profit there, and they find sustainability over there. Now, on the other hand, I find some of the hospitals, they are going to Central Asia and Africa, because their core business is international patients. They feel they will be able to serve the population better through having secondary healthcare facilities in Central Asia and Africa, because they find much more growth over there. So they build the brand over there. That in that context, I had asked the question. It's of course, individual brand will have its own legacy, and they have to take decisions. But in terms of sustainability, the question remains: what would be more sustainable? Either when you are entering a already saturated market, or a market which is not that saturated. There are huge opportunities in Africa and Central Asia. In that context, I was asking.
Yeah, so blue ocean, red ocean, that still holds true for Indian healthcare going outside in a place like new markets, Mongolia, Fiji, but the challenge is how do you sustain yourself and develop that same quality of care which you're delivering in your flagship facilities.
I'm reminded of Airtel went to Africa and they kept on having losses and losses, but suddenly because the environment changed, they have huge profits from operations in Africa, and they are number 1 brand. They were, number 3 brand over there. So it's a question of how you are able to, how far you are able to see, and how far you are able to invest. How much deep your pocket is. Anyway, that discussion will be ongoing. So I'll now turn to Mr. Gaurav Mathur. Mr. Gaurav Mathur, of course, is the most important person in the panel, because he is the founder of sustainability, principal architect and sustainability expert in the panel. All of us are like, I am from medical background, Dr. Ashish is also from medical background. So my question to you will be, should the design of the hospital would be to suit the need of the doctor, or design the facility for patient experience and better medical outcome, or enhance the profitability of the hospital? There are 3 choices. You decide.
Good evening, everyone, and thanks for the question, Dr. Jain. It's a pleasure to be a part of this discussion. To answer the question, I would like to begin with the fact, first of all, right now, is that we are in a state of flux right now, where we were talking about green buildings earlier, and we started talking about green buildings, then we moved on to certifications and getting more FAR and other things for some incentivization for the hospitals, and that's how it became popular. But now, as we face a lot of issues in terms of climate and everything, the things have to be broken as a barrier. Now, coming to the question right now, what we are talking about is whether the building should be designed for the patients, or for the doctors, or to increase profitability. So I would like to state that nothing can be left unaddressed in this case. Yes, a lot of things have to be patient-centric, because ultimately those are the, practically they are the customers of the property, and they have to be taken care of, and everything goes by word of mouth when a patient comes and gets that experience. Along with the patients, I would say the person who is assisting the patient, who has a relation with the patient, or rather emotional attachment as well. So both these people, both these persons undergo a lot of stress when they come to a hospital, right from the porch till the room and the way back out. So when we are talking about patient care and all those things, it's also the person who is coming along with them, because it's very stressful for everybody to for them to navigate through the entire process. So patient care is definitely important. Along with that, the person who is coming. So when it comes to design, all the things, like if I'm talking about the hospital porch as well, or the waiting areas, or the room itself, or the corridors, or the lifts, distances between the staircases, or let's say the timing of the lifts and everything, that comes into play. But along with that, if the property is not designed well in terms of the doctor's needs and their functionality, and the staff's needs and their functionality, and going along with that, the kind of rest spaces and the doctor lounges and other things which should be there in the hospital to get that efficient output from everyone, that should be there. So I would say that it's only when a whole designing happens in such a way where the patients also feel nice, the people coming along with them also feel nice. They have to run about, they are in a lot of stress. So the reach of the things for them, the signages, the wayfinding, the movement, the lifts, the staircases, the width of the corridors, and even colors, textures, the whole spatial quality, all these things come into play when it has to give a comfort to the patient. So when all these things, for the patient, for the person who is coming along, for the doctors, for the staff, and everything is to be designed in a way where everybody is functioning in a very efficient way. So only when these things happen nicely in terms of the building design is conducive for everybody, then only you will see there is a tandem effect which happens. A tandem effect where when we are talking about the patient's likability, the person who is coming with him, his likability, and the doctors and the staff's likability to be more efficient in the whole operation of the thing. So when all these things will come into a tandem situation, then it will propel that into profitability. That is my take on building design. So we as designers, what we think is that we should not eliminate anything out of the list, and we will embrace everything, and we should design as per that.
Well, interesting balance between patient and healthcare provider and the profitability. It's the ultimate goal of any architect or any investor or any doctor to ensure that not only the patient gets a proper experience, but also gets delighted in that process, so that he does not go to any other hospital or brand. And that drives the profit in the long run. Now in that process, the moment you talk of profit means you have more money to invest further for expansion or consolidation of the range of services that you already offer. But also you will ensure that you have sustainability of the brand and the operations that you have. So they are interlinked. You cannot, no doctor or architect can separate the two. I would like to mention another hat that I wear. I'm the Director of Academics, Programs and Research at the Academy of Hospital Administration, which is the largest professional association of trained professional postgraduates in hospital administration. And I'm also one of the oldest NABH assessor, right from 2007. Few of the largest medical college hospitals and few of the largest brands of hospital in the country I have assessed. So in any case, let's move on to the next panelist in our midst. The question that comes to my mind is, what is your technology vision for the future when it comes to resilient and safe hospital infrastructure?
Thank you, Chin. Let me introduce myself. I am Rajneesh Agrawal. I am from PDA Consultants, and we design the MEP engineering services for hospitals. And I must be very truthful in saying that behind Gaurav we also say hum bhi hain, hum bhi kar rahe hain, hum bhi kuch engineering design karna chahte hain. And architects are normally more creative people, and we respect that. It's like a beautiful body, but agar aap bimar rehte hain, it is not a very good situation. Similarly, a beautiful design of a building, a very good layout, but services are quite important in a hospital. Not much leverage we get in terms of space or money, but then with whatever limited resources we get, we try to manage the things in the best possible way. I have my friend, my mentor, Mr. Batra sitting here, an engineering example for the industry, whenever I meet him, he tells me something very passionately, I'm running my hospital at 2.6 watts per square feet. It's a marvel. When we talk of 500 square feet per ton of air conditioning, it adds up to your sustainability. So for me, sustainability is not only environmental but also financial. It is also your brand, it is your hard work, the sustainability which is testing against you. And every moment, whenever we go and ask for a little more space for any duct or any pipe or any more, funds or space. So, we normally have to really, and the good thing happening is that now the developers are really working in a very competitive environment where the industry as such is getting more competitive. It's not like earlier days that you had only 2 hospitals in a city and, or a couple of government hospitals. So if you don't want to go to a government hospital, then you have to live with whatever you have. So today we have, I was the other day in Dwarka, I saw 6 or 7 good hospitals, on one road. And nowadays we also listen to the radio jingles where the hospitals are, giving advertisements that come and, experience our care. And this is a two-way difference which is happening. People also want a better experience and it is also an option available. Now coming back to what is my vision of technology. My vision of technology is that a lot is changing in terms of technology. COVID has been a game changer. Before COVID, as engineers, we also never realized that a positive pressure or negative pressure can make a difference of life and death. Taiwan was the first country where they converted the operation theaters overnight from a positively pressurized environment to negative, because there could be a COVID patient inside and you cannot let the air come out. You have to let the outside air go in so that the disease is not spread. So that was a moment when all new hospital designs which we started doing, we said, let us have flexible pressurization schemes so that in case of any, God forbid, any such situation comes again, we should be resilient, we should be able to immediately turn around and change. Overnight the government will pass a dictate saying that please add 50% more beds. But where will that infrastructure come from? When we were arguing on the load sheet of electrical, we were really getting difficult time saying कि 2000 kVA का generator चाहिए. When such situations come, then we understand that more ventilators, more machinery, more infrastructure, more air conditioning will be required. With so much of oxygen being in the air and so much of sanitizers and other problems there were hundreds of fires which happened during COVID. And as Dr. Ashish very correctly said that the people there may not be able to run. Many people may not be even aware that they are into a hospital. They might have been brought in an unconscious situation. So it has to be 100% safe. Now when we say, the most important thing for me is the building management system and the monitoring system. When I get admitted to any hospital, the first thing the doctors and the paramedics will do is to put so many sensors on me. You'd like to gauge my blood pressure, my heartbeat, everything, every parameter of my body. But what is happening to your pipelines? Are we measuring the pressure of the fire hydrant pipes on everyday basis? Is there an alarm which goes off? Are we monitoring the temperature? ठीक है, chillers चल रहे हैं, the chillers are very old, 20 years old, 15 years old, they are delivering and we are busy. But then any breakdown can be catastrophic. I read in a newspaper that a few 1 hour or 2 hours outage of power killed a couple of newborn babies in the ICU ward. So this is something where we need to understand engineering failures can be very catastrophic. So for me, the game changer would be in the coming times, you need to be pre-informed. If anything is going to break down, then we need to be, there has to be a dashboard in the owner's or the promoter's hand which tells you what is not healthy in my hospital. Number one, what am I consuming vis-a-vis what I consumed last month or last year or yesterday? What is going wrong and why my energy bills are not steady? Unsteady, so building information will be more important things. In the coming times, second will be the infection control. As I said, there will have to be dirty corridors, clean corridors, sterile areas, non-sterile areas, the water quality, because hospital is capable of, getting you better, and unfortunately, if something goes wrong, you can carry infections back home from the hospitals. So infection control is something which engineering can help. I think the third important thing is the modular design. When we build a hospital, we are under pressure, financial pressure, or we are new in that area. We don't know how much, what we will do. But I see most of the good hospital chains end up expanding their buildings. I am adding a couple of towers to so many hospitals. And when you add new beds, when you add a new wing, when you add a new tower, was your engineering initially? The layout along with the architect, we sit down and tell how should the layout be so that it is expandable for future scalability. Whether your chiller plant room should be designed in such a corner where if tomorrow you have to sacrifice one or two parkings, can you add a chiller or not? Can your cooling tower area accommodate one more later or not? Or I can request Gaurav, don't put my AHU in one corner, because if you put the AHU as per the architectural layout, you may give me two external walls, which will restrict my duct to run only in one direction. Whereas I would prefer something in the middle where I can run my ducts in all the four directions, which will also help you to have better heights in the ceiling. So these are the things I think, knowingly, unknowingly, we are all getting better day by day. We are getting more focused on the design. So sustainability is getting built, both financially as well as design-wise. And finally, I would say that going ahead, maybe the government will also have to look at healthcare as like we have knowledge parks being developed. Why can't we have hospital parks at least in new cities where we have common services? Why every hospital has to have a separate STP? Why every hospital has to have a separate air conditioning chiller? Why can't we have a district chilling solution? For example, if there's a new city being planned, your question said, especially in view of smart cities. So when the government is planning smart cities, why can't we have common services? Why can't I have a fire tank which is common to 2 or 3 hospitals around? Why can't I have a fire tender path, which is, the passage for the fire brigade common to 2 adjoining buildings? So we'll have to collaborate and make the designs more collaborative, so that the overall requirement of funds come down, and we also have a better management of the entire engineering services.
Well, Mr. Rajneesh, very interesting ideas you have thrown. I believe when we are in Delhi, we also understand how many authorities control the administration in the city of Delhi. NDMC, MCD, the Cantonment Board, and you have railways, and you have each is having their own, so to say, their properties and their own sphere of influence. So there are silos and silos. And coming to think of it, when you talk of smart cities, the question, you may have many other smart cities, but Delhi, do you think by 2050 we will be smart?
See, we are smart if we are able to survive. The smart city is either by the people or by the infrastructure. By the people we are. I think Indians are the most hardworking and honest people. That is why, in spite of all difficulties, the government, when I work with international architects or clients, they are quite amazed. They ask me, what is a STP? They have never heard of a STP. They don't know what is a DG, because the government in their countries, they provide them power backup or a fail-proof power. They take care of the sewage. You don't have to clean your sewage. You get all kind of facilities. You get drinking water, potable drinking water.
I hope the
as
finance
much-
minister is listening. Maybe they are able to garner more resources to provide these common services.
Yes.
The ability to pay determines the kind of common finances that may be available.
Yes.
Here, there are very limited availability to the government to deploy, first of all, then efficiency. So those are the
No,
constraints.
you're right. I think limitations are one side, and the second, that is where the smartness adds in. When you have limitation and you're able to do, what is stopping us to have a common fire tank for every lane? Why can't Delhi a fire brigade pass a rule today that for every 2 buildings or 3 buildings, we allow you to have a common fire pump room? We allow such for big campus. I'm doing a huge campus which is 400 acres. There we are having one fire control room. And on one road, we have got 10 buildings and we have got 10 fire.
The other day, I was talking to the director of Delhi Fire Service. He was saying our nightmare is when we get a call that there is a fire in the old city. They have no way to reach. There's no way they could reach the places like Sadar Bazaar or Chandni Chowk. And they've had a number of fires. You must have seen the last few months. And they keep on happening. It's just a frequency changes. Anyway, I'll like to diverge from here. You are sitting in a 4-star, 5-star hotel, whatever, in Delhi or in India. Which is number one brand that comes to your mind, which is a sustainable hospitality brand? Anybody in the audience? Which is the number one brand in hospitality sector, hotel industry, which comes to your mind as a sustainable brand, which only markets sustainable hotels? Anybody in the audience? I give you choices if you're finding it difficult. ITC, Taj, Oberoi, Marriott, and Hyatt. 5 choices. Choose one. Anyone? ITC. Anybody else?
ITC.
Anybody else? See, 3 who raised their hands. ITC. Anybody disagrees? I told you 5 brands and 3 hands. 100% ITC. Others who disagree, kindly raise your hands. That's the power of sustainability. If you visit ITC Maurya, Sardar Patel Marg, when you enter the room or their lobby, the washrooms, everywhere the sustainability message is written loud and clear. And when you go out of the hotel, you carry the message of sustainability. If this is so, which is number one brand for sustainability in the healthcare sector, hospital sector, in India or in Delhi? Any answers from the panel, from the audience? Yeah, go ahead. BLK? Max, you said? Yeah. BLK is no longer BLK.
Max.
Max, all right. Pan India, you mean? Or Delhi only? Max. Or Delhi only. So it's not a brand Max. Yeah.
Now it's Max. So
All right. So you are telling Max as a brand pan India?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Anybody else who would like to give an alternative? Yes. CK Birla. You are from CK Birla. Punjabi Bagh or Gurgaon? Gurgaon. So Punjabi Bagh is not sustainable.
No. Every Birlas.
All right. So that's a biased answer. Conflict of interest. Anyway, anybody else who from the audience on the panel also, he would like to say his brand. Anybody else? Any other options? Any idea who is the single person? I'll phrase it in a different manner. In the hospital sector, who has paid the largest income tax as an individual? Who has paid the largest amount of income tax to the government of India last year in the hospital sector? Individual. I'll ask and then I'll tell you how much amount of income tax he has paid. Anybody? No. He said Naresh Trehan. No. Tell me.
I guess Apollo.
Huh?
Apollo.
No, I said individual in the hospital sector who has paid the largest amount of income tax in 1 year.
Dr. Reddy?
No. And you'll be surprised. Are you from Max?
No.
No. So that's good answer. Abhay Soi.
Radiant.
400 crores. How much? How much is, I spoke? 400 crore only. As an individual, not the brand. Don't confuse the brand. Max has not paid. Max has not paid 400 crore. Mr. Abhay Soi as an individual has paid 400 crore in 1 year. Year 22-23, assessment year 23-24. That's the power.
So this is the right figure or means?
Absolutely.
It's in public domain?
Absolutely. Just Google. He has been honored by the Department of Income Tax and given a certificate and a medal. So that's in the public domain. It may shock you. That's the power of sustainability. That's it. That's it. He has paid. Yeah. It has been acknowledged by Government of India, by the way. And of course, that I wanted to bring that to the table because this is important. And as time goes by, we are on the journey toward 2047 as a Viksit Bharat. We no longer can afford that we are a developing country. We have to be on the path, a certain path to be a developed country. So the next question is to you. 2050, are we on track to be a sustainable healthcare hospital sector in the world? Are we?
So first of all, I'll answer that question, but just a quick remark to the discussion we were just having. Because, and I have to say it because I hate sustainability, I don't think paying the highest amount of tax is any parameter to being sustainable or not. That's a personal opinion. But I take your point that in hospitality, there are brands. In healthcare, there are no brands who can come and say that, listen, I am the one who is more sustainable. That also kind of, adds to the complexity that Mr. Rajneesh was saying. I just want to add up a data to that. A hospital building typically consumes around 3.5 times more energy than the regular building. You would know better, it would be lesser or in the same category. Now we don't know, we don't even compare, like just this point about Max or Fortis or Apollo or any other hospital worth their salt. What is the energy consumption per occupied bed? It's there in public information now, it is there in their BRSR reports. We are still not asking these questions. The point is, it's easy to talk about sustainability, but unless we all ask the questions, we're not going to get the answers. And that brings me back to the answer that I was trying to give to you, Dr. Jan, that yes, it is important to ask this question. At this point of time, I am just hopeful that we do end up being the sustainable champion of the world in terms of healthcare, but it will only happen when all of us start asking very specific questions regarding when some brand says that I am sustainable, what does that mean? When a patient has to decide on which hospital to go to, is sustainability one of the parameters that they think about or not? Once that starts to happen, when the pull starts to happen, that's where the sustainability will really come in. And until then, all of us can keep pushing our brands that we are more sustainable or that is more sustainable. I don't think that will help in a lot of way. I might sound pessimistic, but that's the real optimism that I am kind of giving here.
Yeah, fine. Another question is to the audience. In US president's election, how sustainable is important between Democratic Party and Republican Party? Anybody from the audience? Sustainability and relationship with the US president's election in terms of Republican Party and Democratic Party. Biden or Harris on one side and Trump on the other side. How sustainability is related to this matter? Anybody from the audience? So This is the level of political polarization which has happened on sustainability in US. It is crucial because Trump is perceived to be anti-climate change. He is not willing to contribute anything for climate finance, while Biden and Kamala Harris are vociferous that they have to invest for climate finance. That's the importance of sustainability at the level of US president's election. So coming back to the panel, Dr. Akash, your views on evidence-based hospital design.
So, if you talk about evidence-based hospital designs, so a lot of thoughts come to my mind. Designing a great patient experience by, giving a thought through and, making the architect, the MEP designer and the clinical mind sit together and see what kind of patient rooms, ambient environment, acoustics and other things play a role in patients stay at the hospital while the patient is recovering. You talk about the flow of services, how far is the billing from insurance, how far is the F&B department from the other support services, how far is the GDS station from the patient care area, and how quickly a doctor can respond to an emergency code. All these things become of great importance once we are thinking of design. That's why greenfield projects, they can do better in terms of designs. But yeah, every on either side there are pros and cons. When it comes to greenfield, it requires a lot of thought. So today's modern hospital, they factor into all these aspects, whether it is related to patient experience, whether it is making sure the energy efficiency measures are there, water consumption is also tapped, and also what are the kind of materials being used. If you are using materials which are sourced from other states, from other countries, of course they will have maintenance costs will also increase. You may not get a replacement for a particular thing. So locally made available materials or recyclable materials, if we can add on. And of course, as said by our esteemed architect, the accreditation standard or the LEED certification and other things which are available, they incentivize for you to take that leap. Because ultimately, in a short term, it looks like an extra capex or cost, but in long term, it saves significant amount of money and of course improves the patient experience. But yes, we can't compare the operations and nuances of healthcare with hospitality, because healthcare is a very regulated environment. I mean, we have to seek at least 55 licenses to operate, and whenever there is a crisis, the hardest hit is the private healthcare. Whereas you talk about, and then all the insurance and credit business and everything which, it's a necessary part of healthcare, nothing which goes into the hospitality. Nobody goes there and shows their CGHS card and takes a coffee at 20 rupees. So everybody is equal there. So yes, they can talk about sustainability much easier way. It is very difficult for us first to survive at EBITDA margin which are barely able to cross 2 digits, and over the years, of course, if healthcare is recognized as a they are recognized as a customer, they are recognized as a profession, and they are billed according to any other commercial establishment. But when they at the end of the day, when the revenues comes into play, then the regulations also are very fierce. So for us, managing and maintaining and establishing sustainability is a little more challenge as compared to hospitality. But yeah, the commitment of all the leading players is very good. And I think that once the organization matures, they start implementing those measures, whether in IT or whether, there are fantastic softwares available which gives a 360 degree integration of all the processes that overall improves the patient care, the quality indicators. Ultimately, the goal is revolving around the patient care. If that is set right, of course, the balance sheet would also be going very well.
Well, interesting proposition. Should you be designing or having evidence-based hospital design from the beginning, or you travel the journey from a non-sustainable to a sustainable hospital. Those are the two choices. Which one is better? Time will tell. Because today in the health sector, it is not the individual investor which is determining the scale of business. It is the organized financing mechanism, and today it is international finance which is driving the process of growth of the hospital sector in the country. Whether individual would be able to rise up to that is a question only time will tell. The way international finance is driving and eating up the hospital sector investment, they are actually deciding to the flow for investment into sustainable hospitals vis-a-vis non-sustainable hospitals. They put their money on sustainable because international finance is putting a condition that we will invest, like World Bank, Asian Development Bank, put a condition that we shall only give a loan to you at concessional rate if you invest in India or any other country in a sustainable hospital. There are certifications available, only then that money will flow, which is big money, not small money. And that is driving the growth, the real growth of hospital sector in tier 2, tier 3 towns and metros as well. That is a hard reality. Whether we like it or not, we are committed. Our Prime Minister has committed zero net by 2070. He cannot go back. And we are leading the entire world in our commitment to energy conservation and sustainability goals. If you see his speeches, his devotion to the sustainability, that's unparalleled by any Prime Minister in most of the G20 countries or even G7. He is able to negotiate with them, and India is the chair. In fact, yesterday in Brazil, India committed to be signatory to this energy and sustainability goals, meeting those targets. And India is a big investor actually, and is able to get international money. World Bank has committed that we shall give you interest-free loans, which is a godsend for economic growth. So, but that's part of the whole debate that will continue. So my next question, Mr. Gaurav, is again I'll keep on coming back to this issue of how can infrastructure cost be controlled while incorporating the evolving needs and technology into the hospital infrastructure.
Okay, so it's a good question. Here we are talking about infrastructure cost, and we are talking about building design. So I would like to highlight here is that the way we are designing buildings is very important, and the way we have been doing design since last many years, it's all being oriented towards, let's say, just a functional planning, and you put some medical planning in that and fit in the requirements of the client and just go about doing a good functional plan. Okay, nothing way beyond certain things. So now, like we are talking about globally about all these sustainability subjects and all those aspects of energy conservation and all. So as I said earlier, we need to really break the barriers in terms of just going for a green building or getting a certification or just getting some extra FAR into the building. So we have to really think about the life cycle cost of running a hospital. We have to think about the entire process, and while building as well, and while it is running over many years. So it's I'll make a simile here. Let's suppose there's a man who has to run, and he has a 50 kg bag on his back, and he has to run. So we'll start from here, and then what we're talking about is a building now. Okay, so the building is there, and the building has to, first of all, start, and it has to operate, and it has to run. So, Mr. Rajneesh was talking about energy usage intensity, and we are also doing similar studies of the buildings while designing. So let's say EUI, energy usage intensity of a hospital, is generally, let's say, somewhere about 600 to 800 kilowatt hour per meter square, which has a potential of coming down by 40%, at least, I would say. And we are talking about net zero and other things as well, parallelly. So there is a real push that needs to come through when we are talking about, so it's not just 40%. It is much more than that can be achieved in that, first of all. So we really have to break the barriers in the way we think. It has to start right from the beginning, And we have MEP consultants, we have green building consultants, we have other players also, other stakeholders, the owners themselves, everybody is playing their role, and the owner is also concerned about their own hospital running in a way. So when an architect has to design, in my opinion, and I'm coming to my subject, an architect can play a very, very, very important role in putting the first thing in place. How the building should be oriented, first of all, where it should be placed. This has a very big effect if you come to numbers later on. So let's say there has to be a certain process of design. You have the orientation in place, then you have the materials in place. Of course, functionality and everything has to be there. The medical planning has to be there. Everything has to be there. So, but when it comes to energy, first of all, we're talking about energy first. So all these things need to come down, from 100% to reduction by 40% to 60%, and furthermore, we can do even more. And why not net zero? Why should we not go to net zero? So as we are talking about branding of the hospitals, why should it be branded in that way and propagated to the customer as well, so that the customer also feels that, they are in a hospital which is thinking consciously about the social angle of the whole thing. That is one thing. So, and it definitely will benefit the owners, the operators in a big way. So we are in a state of flux. The way we do things is that, we use certain softwares to analyze the buildings, and we come up with certain solutions. So it has to be a process wherein you take the right step in choosing the right kind of orientation, the right kind of materials for the glass, for the walls, for the roof, for the surroundings as well, for the landscaping. Everything has a very big effect. If I talk about certain values which we have been working upon. So, it has been a myth. It has been always a myth that doing a green building is making it costlier. No, definitely not. Nobody is putting up the real figures on the Excel sheet and checking whether, if I'm putting a good value glass that's a DGU or a triple glazed unit, yes, it's going to cost me. And we did that in Fortis Greater Noida. We did that. It was apparently believed that in the north side, if you put a DGU, it will not make much of a difference. But we did, and we checked. We were, having, let's say 40 lakhs extra being put in that glass, on that facade. But we were saving 80 lakhs in the chiller. So who is doing that Excel sheet right at the beginning? Nobody's doing that. I mean, there would be people doing that, but I'm saying that as a normal practice, as it's not happening. It's a big loss to everyone. So if you put the whole matrix in front of you, that this is going to balance out that, and that is going to balance out that, you will come up with things which is astonishing, I would say. And this thing that I'm talking about, energy, water is also there. You need to make water efficient design and all those things, and we're talking about STP and other things. We utilize and bring up back the water into the main thing. So irrigation design, landscaping, choice of plants need to be in that way that they're not too much water consuming plants, because at times you put very exotic plants and it's not native plants and they require a lot of care, a lot of attention, a lot of water. Similarly, irrigation, why not put sensors in your landscaping where you have moisture sensors? So you can do lots in sustainability and bring about a lot of change in water efficiency also. So at times you don't require irrigation at all, because there's sufficient moisture. With just moisture, the plant grows nicely. So energy and water is the things which are there. And yes, we are talking about materials, wastage. Every project that we do, we take a contingency of, let's say, 5% or something. Like, you put the contingency, and it's a given thing that things will get wasted and gone, Now think about a 100 crore project, 100 crore, 100 bedded hospital, roughly, I would say. So you're taking a wastage of 5%, that's a given thing. It may go to 7% also. So that's how much, like 7 crores, 5 to 7 crores, right? So as you make it bigger, you'll realize that 100 bedded to 200 bedded to 300 bedded, the figures starts adding up. 5 crores to 10 crores to 15 crores to 20 crores, and so on and so forth. If you go for a 1,000 bedded hospital, you get 50 crores. 50 crores, I might as well build a 50 bedded hospital again out of it. So why not? I mean, these are the things which, or rather, let's bring about some value, get some good equipment for the hospital itself with that money. Why let it go wasted in that way? So these are the things. It's all about an approach that we're talking about. And then it's not only the energy, water and waste that we're talking about. There's a big piece of the pie that we are missing here, is that the customer-centric approach, or let's say a concept called a healthy building design, that we should talk about. Because a lot of your business cost goes into energy and water and certain other things, but how much is that? And utilities somewhere about like 15%, not more than that. Your business cost is your employees, the staff of the hospital, and majorly the customers who are coming, and they are the revenue generating part of the whole thing. So we should be talking about healthy buildings also. So that's, in a way, there are a lot of parametrics to it. We should be talking about beyond sustainability, beyond net zero, and also having the healthy building concepts, because ultimately, if you talk about, what I'm talking about is about 70% of your business cost. If your customers, if your patients are not happy, then what is the use? So you have to address this remaining 70% of it, which is through doing a very good, conscious, healthy building design. And there are certain parametrics to it. You have, we have well certification also nowadays, but here I'm talking about a subject. So we are talking about parameters like air, water, nourishment. I'll come back to what is that. Light, fitness, movement, comfort, and mind. It's all about the mindfulness of the space. When you're entering into a space, it has to be mindful of the experiences that a patient goes through. So whether be it the spaces or the the thermal comfort or the noise reduction factor or anything, or light or anything. So air is air quality, and then water, of course, a good drinkable potable water. We're talking about infection control in that. So all these things are very important. And I mentioned nourishment. That's a very important aspect.
I'm really happy, Mr. Gaurav, you really, how you have evolved the concepts of sustainability to livelihoods and brought it to the healthcare setting. That's the ultimate. I wish architects, doctors, and other healthcare practitioners understand our livelihood is dependent on how much energy we consume, how much energy we contribute saving, how much energy we ensure that we leave a better climate than our previous generation had left for us. Because only then our future generation will live in a cleaner environment, will have low cost and more sustainable earth. Only then the mankind and the earth shall survive. Otherwise, we are destroying our own cities, our own communities, our own agricultural lands. You know, I was reminded of one of my neighbors. 3 years back, he planted it on a rooftop with a lot of resistance, it's waste of money, and he started having solar plant, he connected with the grid. He has not paid a single pie of electricity for the last 3 years. He has almost reached the break-even, zero cost. What he had invested and the cost at that time was higher, he has recovered, number one. Number two, the electricity authority, BSES, is going to pay back to him because he is contributing to electricity production. The BSES is not have to purchase from electricity authority that amount of electricity which he produces, which he contributes to the grid. That's why you must have understood the Prime Minister announced a scheme, 300 units free electricity if you have on your rooftop a solar plant. Now that's 50 lakh individuals have already availed that program. I was amazed. So people are changing and changing for the better. Now, when I go to a new hospital for NABH accreditation, I find increasing acceptance and centrality to energy conservation. How much money they have invested, but each time I get an answer, not only from the chairman of the hospital board, but also from the medical director and consultants. They understand it. They understand the value of conservation. They understand the value of investment in more energy efficient systems and processes, because they know that this money saved is contribution to the profit. And that's how the whole cycle of sustainability goes round. So I have seen the change in the last 10 years. I couldn't visualize that kind of mindset. Even the Green Buildings Council of CII, I find increasing number of application increased tremendously. We want to get green building certificate. HealthCare institutions, which were non-existent 5 years back. Nobody was coming forward. CII was saying, let's start a process and certifying it. But now it's the other way around. There's a long queue for hospitals to get certified from the Green Building Council of CII, because that's the way the whole world is changing. That's the way money gets invested. You are able to attract more amount of money for future expansion. That apart. Last question to you. You mentioned earlier, Mr. Rajneesh, smart. How could smart be sustainable?
So there's a very favorite question of mine, which I sometimes, if I get the moderator's chair, I throw at the people, that what is the difference between a smart man and an intelligent man? So Dr. Abdul.
Let's have this question.
So let's have this question. What is the difference between a smart man and an intelligent man?
Yes.
Anybody? Any example of an intelligent man?
You can't afford to sleep.
Any example of an intelligent man? Yeah, I mean,
EQ and IQ very strong in intelligent person.
whatever you feel as intelligence, who's your intelligent man in your mind?
In a smart person, he can play a role where a diplomacy is required, when the political things needs to play, and where he has...
No, I'm just asking for an example.
Okay.
Who do you think is an intelligent man amongst us or in our country?
I think Narendra Modi.
Whether he's smart or intelligent will come later. But, very often people tell me that Dr. Abdul Kalam was a very intelligent man. And one of the most successful businessmen of the country, I would not name, probably the richest man of the country, is the smartest man. He may not be educated to that effect. So that is the difference between a smart building and an intelligent building. Most often, we confuse between the two. Building intelligence system and building management systems are two different things. If I am a smart building, I would know that I should fill my water tank in the night, not in the day. I should not add the electrical load of the pumps, which are huge, to my day load, because my day load, my patient load is high. I should probably try to store my chiller. There is a thing called thermal storage, which we sometimes do. You run your chillers in the night when the electricity is probably cheaper in some places, and store that chilled water. So that's smartness. Smartness is that I am going to break down, the pump tells you. Intelligent is that I did break down, I put in the record. So intelligence is data. Intelligence is your valuable data. But smartness is to put that data to use. And that is the difference. And while Dr. Jain said that, we are talking of hotels, sustainable. It's not a level playing field. Somebody is selling cigarettes to the whole country, spends a few crores of rupees and gets a sustainability tag, is not sustainability. Incidentally, I am working on design of all the hotel operators, whoever you named, I work for all of them. And if you have money, you can do a lot of charity. The difference is we don't have a level playing field. The MERV 13 filters, which a hotel puts, gets them a sustainability certificate. Indoor environmental quality is very high. But then our hospitals put HEPA filters, which are 10 times more rigorous. But we are compelled to pull them. And when we put them, our AHU loads become very high because our fans have to put air through those heavy filters because we have to control the infection. Now our National Building Code says that a hotel will get the luxury of 320 liters of water per day per person, whereas in your household, you are allowed 135. Do you take a bath 3 times in a hotel? No longer. Maybe we don't even use the bathtub now. A hotel gets the 320 liters per person. A hospital, if you ask for that water, you'll be labeled as a water guzzler. So the level playing field is not there. You are treating the unhealthy. Hotels are helping the healthy. So this is, I think, the first thing which I feel that, is a big challenge to the whole sustainability because hospitals have to be treated in a very different way than a hotel is done. Then second challenge I feel today is our National Building Code itself. We call it a National Building Code and it is not a code. It is only a advisory document. On the very first page it is written, it has got no legal entity. It says, no hospital will be built above 45 meters in this country. Now, pick up the newspapers, Chief Minister of State inaugurated a 24-story hospital a few days ago. How come? What places him above the law, if it is a law? So a country which does not have a National Building Code, which is a law, we are talking of codes, regulations and regulating industry. We all live in Delhi, NCR. This 45-meter restriction on hospitals, which is there even today, was 30 meters a few years ago. When it became from 30 to 45, many people were happy. But we all know that even when it was 30 meters, we had a huge skyscraping hospital in Gurgaon, which was way beyond 30 meters, which was allowed at that time. How come that came up? So we have to understand that when we talk of hospitality and healthcare, they are two different, very different animals, and we have to respect that, healthcare deserves a lot more energy concessions because we are working against all odds. We are fighting pandemics. When everything was shut, only the hospitals were open. So my 2 cents on this, that when we talk of 360-degree approach, we must look at sustainability of the hospitals, in both financial way as well as our environmental way. That's the humble submission.
Very interesting closing remarks actually, Mr. Rajneesh. The regulatory mechanism in healthcare it's a big challenge now, and the government at the moment is faced with this central issue. Who shall regulate healthcare sector? Is there a need to have a regulatory authority? And if it is so, who will do oversight of the regulatory authority? Because of the Constitution of India stipulates that health is a state subject. The Union of India, the central government, has zero power sitting in the Parliament of India. So that is the challenge that we have, constitutional challenge. If you want Delhi, Haryana and UP, 3 states, Gurgaon, CK Birla, you have to understand that as well. Gurgaon, Noida and Delhi, 3 different states, 3 different regulatory bodies, or should there be a national body? So, so this issue is central in this 5 years. Niti Aayog is looking at it, Government of India is looking at it, and maybe in the days to come, because it is most important in the context of healthcare affordability and expansion, investment for expansion of healthcare facility. Why? Because unless you have full capacity healthcare facilities in tier 2, tier 3 towns, you cannot expect healthcare accessibility. Where is the patient situated? He is situated in tier 2, tier 3 towns and rural areas. Does he have his pocket full of money? He does not have. So who has to fund? It has to be publicly funded. How can it be funded? Unless there is a regulator, which has happened in the finance sector. Why do you invest so much in mutual funds or so much in banks or equity or direct shares? Because it's regulated. Insurance regulated, health insurance regulated, IRDAI. But you don't have a single regulatory body in the country. He was mentioning about buildings as well. That's part of the regulator. We do not have, because Parliament will not permit the change, the basic structure of the Constitution. Take away health. All state governments will oppose, including the so-called ruling governments. The party which is ruling the center, if it is ruling in the state, they will not allow the health to go even in the concurrent list. Leave aside the central list. There are 3 lists in the Constitution. Education and health is the strongest pillar of state government.
Sir, a very interesting development has happened, which I would really want to talk about. And thanks for pointing that out, that the health is a very critical parameter, which there's a lot of confusion who defines and who decides on this. Now, in the last 3-4 years, a very interesting thing has happened. What has happened is, this sustainability in healthcare, a lot of regulations have started to come in, and there's a third way how it has happened. It's an interesting case study in itself. So what happened is, SEBI, the Securities and Exchange Board of India, they decided that it doesn't matter whether you are a healthcare sector company or a manufacturing company or a services company, anything. Here are these 150 odd questions related to environment also, social also, and your related party transactions, all sorts of things. You have to answer. If you are listed, you have to answer in the first year. So top 1,000 listed companies, in which many listed organizations also come in, they have to answer some basic ones, but these questions are like, what is the amount of water you are consuming, what's the amount of waste you are generating, electricity kitna kar rahe hain, wo kar liya. Now what they have started is, now you have to also talk about scope 1, 2 and 3 emissions. Scope 1 ke andar, scope 2 ke andar, to fir bhi it's easy. When you talk about scope 3 emissions, then all the raw materials that a hospital uses coming from the top, and after a patient leaves, what happens, what's the emission that's going on, sooner or later that's also starting to come in. So you will see a lot of interesting things happening, and I think that's the answer that we would be leading towards, sir.
Let's hope that these futuristic ideas all across from the panel, including from me, and Dr. Ashish is for long term. Are you for long term? You will keep on investing? Yeah, in spite of all the challenges. But there's a ray of hope, sustainable design, sustainable investment, and investment for livelihoods, and better patient experience, better patient outcome. And of course, sustainable environment pays. It pays to invest. It is not a cost. It is actually an investment. Investment for the hospital, investment for your community, investment for yourself, an investment for your future generation. Because when you leave, you must leave something more than you got from your previous generation. Only then the future will be brighter. If you see the largest house, business house, each generation adds on and they leave a better future for the future generation. That's how Tatas have done. They didn't own up. The community owned up. If you go to Jamshedpur, wherever they go, they invest in the community. So that's the way I feel this entire discussion today was focused on, and this is good that ET Consulting this time focused on sustainable healthcare, which is the real future to look at. And it can be done in spite of all the challenges that we have. Or we are going to face newer challenges. But it is the only way actually to be able to traverse the journey of increasing challenges as we go in future. So in the end, if there are any questions from the audience of me, most welcome. Otherwise we wrap up. Choice is yours. Audience, yes. Go ahead. Could you provide a mic to her? Yeah.
So, for any infrastructure of hospitals or
Keep this closer to your mouth. Yeah.
for any designing any hospital, there are two aspects is important which discussed since morning. First is the promoters or investors thoughts, like to promote branding, increasing the patient's flow, or profitability. And the second aspect is the patient experience or patient satisfaction. So which comes first in this scenario, or both are based equally?
Anyone?
Can I take this question? Just,
yeah, go ahead.
After. Answer first. Okay. So, very interesting questions. A question I was hinting towards this only. Right now, at this point of time, promoters and investors are the ones which are asking these questions. I'm hopeful that the patients will start asking these questions very soon. At Fortis, what is happening? So IHH Healthcare, which is a Malaysia-based group, they are the majority investors in Fortis. They have a very tight mandate that we have to be rigorously practicing sustainability, and that's where it is being driven right now. But again, as in the best case scenario would be when the patients start asking, what are you doing? Why am I, getting non-green energy in your hospital?
So I think gradually the awareness of sustainability is reaping in the community as well. People are asking some leading questions when they come to the hospital, but still I would say it's only a very minority population which is aware of this. But otherwise, it's the institutions or the management decision to go which way they want to do. If the ultimate goal is to make it a more corporate structure, make it a safe place for the patients and the healthcare workers, and also ultimately attract the private equity or other players who will only come if you comply with the global standards. So it is the need of the hour for any multi-location, multi-chain hospital to be sustainable, not only to provide that end of the care and energy efficient and cost effective healthcare delivery, but also to for the purpose of expansion and to gain the confidence of the equity players. I think that's becomes a necessary evil. Yes, once we all talk about on the conferences, various social media platforms, even the aware community or the patient population is also watching these videos, and they are also coming and asking a lot of leading questions. Google is no different for them, and they come back and they ask for this, and they are becoming more and more demanding with every passing year. So I think we are getting prepared for that kind of situation, just like Western world. Sooner, that environment will be across questioning from the patient. Right now they're asking about the disease and the type of treatment. They are dictating clinicians to why are you not trying this, or there are 2 other options available as I have read on Google. I think the sustainability is the next chapter they're going to question each one of us.
But your question was central, I feel, because patient versus investor.
Yes, sir.
And everybody in the health sector, doctors especially, who are doctors and administrators also, they are faced with this challenge of balancing the two. It is possible to balance the two, provided you market yourself well. That my focus is sustainable because that's what the patient wants. Yeah. I want to give a better experience. I want to differentiate. I want to differentiate my brand. That's why I would like you to invest money in my hospital, because I want to give a better experience, a distinct experience, a experience which is not available in any other brand.
Yes, yes.
That's the way you, as a middleman, you have to market what the patient wants.
Yes.
And that's why initial questions were structured in that manner. But ultimately the goal was to drive home that point. It is the patient experience, whether design or doctor's patient flow, or his experience in the operation theatre, or his entire prescription. Now there is a talk, UNDP and all UN agencies are talking of sustainable procurement. If you know, you're an orthopedic surgeon, the implants have to be sustainable. They should not be from a non-sustainable item. So these are questions which are central to practice of specialty and super specialty practice now, which was not so 5-10 years back. Because anybody who manufactures the healthcare infrastructure, whether it's supplies or logistics, he is designing his process in such a manner that they are sustainable. So it's possible.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So, sir, in this scenario, my question is for Dr. सर आपके लिए है कि कोई भी पेशेंट, यस सर, आशीष सर, कि कोई भी पेशेंट अगर एंटर होता है हॉस्पिटल में तो वहाँ से ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का स्ट्रेस बढ़ जाता है कि एनी पेशेंट एंटर्स इन द हॉस्पिटल नेवर बी सेफ. There will be a patient fall, there will be any hospital acquired infection, there will be anything after admitting in the hospital, from admission till the patient is getting discharged. So this is a different thing where the patient's satisfaction and experience is very much required. And the other aspect, if a promoter or investor is thinking that he wants to invest in a thing that he can get the maximum profit. So these, I think these 2 aspects are important, but which comes first? Still,
I think we have not reached the stage where patient is going to pay extra for going to a sustainable hospital. But yeah, the entire cycle, the problem in healthcare is you've got a great amount of workforce. It's a 24/7 facility. All the nursing staffs and the other people are coming from various backgrounds with varied amount of learnings. So they join you train them according to your protocols. But of course, training also has a learning, it is always a learning curve, and you end up having a patient fall or a medication administration error. So this is a reality. I mean, even in Western world, the best of the healthcare, more than 1 million deaths happen because of the healthcare errors. So that's not going to, be eliminated completely any day. But that's why the NABH and other things are there in place, so that there are, checks and balances. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. So if there is a sequence of 4 or 5 people in that journey of administrating a medicine, so somewhere somebody is going to catch the mistake. So that foolproofing, that learning from the previous mistake and not repeating it, Of course, we always study the discharge waiting time, and it is still not solved. This last 7 years, all the software, everything has tried, but since there is so much of manual intervention, of course, the involvement of attendant, the financial clarity, the emotional aspect, the dissatisfaction with the end treatment or the result. So there are so many variables involved. It is not as simple as aviation checklist where you just complete those 50 tasks. If 48 plus is okay, then okay, you can fly the plane, or you'll have a sustainable or exactly same replicable result. Even a best of the surgeons would not be doing the great result every other surgery they are doing on a daily basis. So healthcare becomes a very uncertain domain where the chances of errors will always remain. Yes, all these drives of quality, accreditation, sustainable efforts, trying to reduce the energy, making the patient and the staff experience better is going to reduce the error. But target is perfect zero. But I think that will take a lot of hard work from all the stakeholders in the institution to reach that level.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank all.
For all of us. Let's click a group photograph before we go. And yes, after this particular picture, I would like to call everyone upon the stage or nearby the stage so that we can click a group photograph. Yes, it is important, I think. So can we please request to each one of you to kindly come forward and join us for the same? Come on, everyone, get up. Everybody. Yes, of course. Stalls. Yes, we request to each one of you to kindly join us on the stage. So on that note, this summit comes to an end. We have learned a lot. We have discussed so many things all together. We have talked different topics, strategies, how we are working, how we plan to work, how we can minimize the consumption of energy and make it better for all of us, for our coming generation. Thanks to each one of you for marking this day with your spectacular presence. And yes, that was a great session, I must say. All thanks to our experts who have shared their experiences and expertise. Thank you so much again to everyone present here. And on that note, I am your host signing off. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a great time ahead.